Hello, everybody. How's it going? Welcome in. How's everyone doing? Got an ice cream Twix bar, so I gotta eat it because it's ice cream. Oxynom, welcome in. Oshik. Itos. Sorry, I'm always terrible at reading names. Itos Modi. Welcome in. That's probably completely wrong. Anyways, today, I really want to stop working on conveyors. I'm gonna try. There's only a couple minor things that we have to do, but I think we'll be able to get them done in the beginning of the stream and then move on. So, that's where we're at. But yeah. Hello, Oshik. How's it going? Saw your sneak peek on your Discord server. That looks pretty crazy. Did you think about doing a 3D game, possibly? That'd be pretty cool. Where's the Subway servers? I know, there's no Subway servers. I need to add that. Yeah. It has been a while, but I think we could put it on the chatting screen. Why not? This thing is kind of a mess. It's pretty good, though. Okay. Sorry about that, gamers. It's got layers. It's ice cream, but then also caramel and some crunchy bits, whatever those are. Okay. Let's get in here in just 1 second. I gotta clean my hands. Okay. It's time to rumble. Let me get the engine open. Alright. So, yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, we've been working on rebuilding the conveyors. And it's been going good. They definitely are faster. And we're really close to getting them all finished. But there's still a couple changes that we have to make. Oh, refiner. That's what he sounds like. He's not actually happy, by the way. All these robots are screaming in pain and fear. So yeah. Okay, let's close all these. Let's do some spring cleaning. Let's close everything except the mover script. We're gonna mess with the mover script for a minute, because right now it's updating filters every single time a conveyor belt item moves across, which is stupid. So yeah. All right. So the way that this is going to work is actually what we need to do is have a signal in the inventory of the mover for when the force filters have changed. Because I don't think we have that yet, do we? There's inventory change and inventory or item added, but that's not what we want. So I think we just need signal force filters changed. Yeah. Saving. Okay. So now down here, I guess in the UI, whenever we actually change the filters, that's where it's going to do it. So let's go into the mover display, because I think that's the only display that actually does it. So when we click on these slots and add an item, that's actually setting the filters. So somewhere in here we are setting the force filters. Somewhere. Let's search everywhere for it. For anyone that doesn't know what the force filters are, it's basically, like, you know when you open up the mover and you can put in an item to filter? That's what they are. So. Okay, so that's the mover. That's just saying loop through the force filters. Item preview. Yeah, it looks like that's where it's happening. It's for eye and force filters. Okay. So it's happening here, right here in item preview. We're saying inventory.forceFilters ID is last inventory slot duplicate, whatever, and set filter. So we just have to change it there, add a signal, and it should be pretty easy. So what we have to do here is just say play sound, say inventory dot force filters change dot emit, and that should be it. So now we can just connect up our mover. So this is going to open us up to some crazy optimizations. I'll show you guys what we're doing. So now that we've just set that, let's close the other tabs. The only times we ever have to change our filters are, so let's say that we're connected to a building that doesn't have filters. So let's say we're connected to a chest or whatever, right? The only time that we have to set filters there is as soon as right when you place down the mover and it does the initial filter check, or whenever the mover itself has its filters changed. So it's pretty easy. So into the mover, physics process caching. So where we get this down here, that's the in, this is the out. So if it's conveyor, we're all good. We just say update filters. And then down here, this is for when we're going out. So we're going to say update filters initially, but then we're also going to say obj out inv dot inventory changed, right? Dot connect update filters. So those are the only times we ever have to update filters, right? That should be it there. So now everywhere else in here where we're saying update filters, we should get rid of. So like try pull, don't do it there. And same with right there and right there. So I think this will make for a nice improvement to performance. Okay. So I think that's going to be it, because then this will only be whenever... And then also we're going to run update filters on the ready event too. So it's just sort of the last thing we do here. And that's going to be after we're fully loaded here, so... Well, really we'll just do it there as long as it's the server. Yeah. Okay. So that's going to do that. Actually, I guess update filters should happen here at the end. So if not fully loaded, we do that. What does the update filters do again? So basically, buildings have different requests and stuff. Ignore this. If we go to our whiteboard, I wish I could like pin a tab. Ooh, that sounded weird. Okay, anyways, buildings, like let's say we have a crafter, right? And this has a bunch of different slots with different requests, you know, and whatnot. Whatever, there's our crafter. So the inventory of this has like a slot for iron ingots, right? And then it outputs a slot, and this is a gear. Right, the worst sprite I've ever drawn, but so basically the mover needs to know what slot am I supposed to put the items in? Like, what does this crafter actually need? So calling update filters is going to loop through all the inventory slots in this building and say like, okay, what's currently in this building and what does it now need? So like, for example, let's say we have, you know, 10 iron ingots in here already. The mover will be like, oh, well, it already has enough ingots, right? It already has 10, so I don't need to insert any more in. So it's basically just like the check of knowing what it's supposed to be inserting into this building. And that's basically it. But yeah. So we just have to make sure that it runs so that it's grabbing the right items. Because otherwise, if we don't update those filters, what happens is the mover will just grab anything that comes along. So let's say we have a conveyor belt here, like this, boom, conveyor belt, and then we have a mover here. If an item comes along that we don't need, the mover will just grab it anyways if we don't have the filters. So it takes in the wrong item in here, and then it's just broken because it can't insert the item into this building, right? It's just a disaster. So yeah. So let's see. I guess we only really want this to, I guess we don't need to run this initially because we're doing it down there with whenever we cache. So yeah, we don't have to. Yeah, because it'll just happen here anyway, so it's fine. And yeah, we only need to update filters for the output object. The input does not matter. So I think we're good. And whenever inventory changes on our output object, that's when we update our filters again. So like an item has been removed or added or whatever to the inventory, then this mover will say, hey, something's changed. Let's update our filters again. So let's, yeah, I guess let's load up the game and make sure that this actually all works. Yo, Ace Man, thank you for the speed. What's going on? Yeah, I can see that area having different solutions to optimize. Could get very robust, but no need to cross that complexity if you don't need to. Yeah. I think this will solve a lot of performance issues, which is just like knowing when to calculate its filters. Because how it was working before is that every single time an item passed on the conveyor, it would run that update filters thing again. And so it means that there's a lot of cases where it's just very unoptimized. We have like a crafter doing stuff, but then every single time an item's moving across here, and especially with fast conveyor belts, that could be like an item every 1/8 of a second or whatever. It's really fast. So it was just constantly running that function when it didn't need to. But we'll see what happens here now. And what's also great is that if the output building or whatever doesn't have any filters, then it just doesn't need to run that function. So looks like this is properly filtering coal, which is good. Nope, it's not. It's filtering wood. So that's fine. We'll figure out why it's not updating its filters there. Because it should have had this in here and then say, oh, that's my force filter, and then not work. But yeah, clearly that's not working. But it's okay, we'll figure it out. So how many licks does it take to get the center of a Tootsie Pop? You actually had the answer? Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. It's definitely kind of odd. Well, we'll figure that out. Also, this bug is still happening. That's annoying. Big thing, though, that I want to test and make sure, though, right, is like, is it working inside of crafters and whatnot? So let's make sure. So if we plop down a crafter, put a mover, a chest, and we put in items that aren't supposed to go in. Yeah. Looks like we're all good there, so that's good. And then this should stop, yeah, updated filters because it hit 4 and then decided, hey, don't do that anymore. So it looks like this is working really well. So that's good. Yeah, still doesn't seem to work with these manual filters, though. Also, thank you for the cheese time. So yeah, I don't know why the manual filters still aren't working. We'll figure that out. I think it has something to do with how we're processing that filter out thing. So what are we doing here? We have our conveyor belt. We're gonna say tree exited, blah, blah, blah. Update filters once here. Oh, is it because we don't have it set to... on inventory changed? Okay, yeah, one thing that we also need to do in here is on ready, we're gonna say building inventory dot force filters change dot connect update filters. So that'll just like force it. If we've updated our manual filters, then it'll make sure that that applies. Okay. I didn't do that anywhere else, did I? No, we're good. Oops, wait. Okay, yeah, that's the only instance of that. Alright, so that should fix... I don't know. Not this scenario, but some of them. What that'll fix is, like, if we have this setup, where there's a mover here, and it's moving a certain item. So we'll set it to blacklist mode. Let's just say we're passing in some copper, and then we put in a whitelist item. Boom! It calls update filters, and it stops pulling out copper. It'll only pull out coal. Cool, so yeah, that works. So yeah, I wonder why that like this mover isn't updating its force filter. Unless it's something just specifically to do with conveyor belts. No, that's a bug. Might have to fix that. Oh, that's weird. It's like a weird thing that happens when you pick up items where it like gets really slow or something. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, that's working there. So I don't know. It seems like it's only when it's like a mover that's been placed down already. Like not one where we've actually gone into the inventory and updated the filter, maybe. Unless it just needs that little swap. Very odd. Also, it looks like changing that button doesn't do anything, so we need to fix that really quick. I think it's just right in here. We say, yeah, update status. And we're just setting the blacklist. Okay. So then we're also going to say var inventory is that. Inventory.blacklist is that. Inventory dot force filters change dot emit. So let's make sure that's working now. So that'll probably fix it. But it doesn't seem to. It's very odd. If we replace the conveyor belt here, does it still not work? Yeah, that's really strange. I wonder if it's like just not being... I have no idea why it's not updating. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Right, it just seems to keep pulling it out forever. Even though it's really strange because if we recreate this setup, or whatever, this is filtered to coal already, and then we have our conveyors. Okay, no, so it does still pull out the wrong item. Yeah, that's very odd. Because it's set to coal. See, I'm not sure why that happens. Let's just call that an update filters. We're just gonna say print building inventory dot force filters. This is probably gonna be calling a million times, but it's actually not calling as much as I thought. That's cool. Okay, so you can see it does show coal right there. ID Starground coal. But for some reason it shows it has like an amount and stuff like that too, which I don't think that's correct. Let's go figure out what's happening with that. Well, no, that is correct because I'm saying pushback filter.id. So if our out object is conveyor data, which it is in this case, manual filters for filter in that, as long as it's not null, then pushback filter.id. So I don't know, it's odd, right? Let's do that, so it should be printing out whatever that is now. Make sure that it's actually calculating them properly. Yeah, so you can see it's just printing out Starground coal. That's the filter. So, I don't know. It's pretty odd. I'm not sure why it would be doing that. Unless there's something down here I'm not understanding. Is this the issue? Oh, and that might be the problem here, which is that we actually need to say return this. Because I realize that each slot has its own filtering, so that would kind of explain it, I think. Unless that doesn't do anything. Oh, right, it's not gonna run a... No, it should. See, this should be putting manual filters inside of the new array, right? But it doesn't seem to be. Which is really odd, actually. Unless I just need to restart the game for this to take effect, which maybe that's the case here. So let's try that out. Yeah, this might be the reason why it's happening. Whoa, new spoiler dropped? Whoa. Or not spoiler. Or technically spoiler. Check it out. He looks like a guy with like a knife in his hand and he's like stabbing out, right? Am I correct in that? Yeah. Look at these lifesaver gummy sours. Family got these at the store. I'm trying them out. Pretty good. Okay, still isn't filtering. Project's name is Body. Oh yeah. Interesting. Wood. Okay. filtered to coal. Yeah, okay, it's showing the proper filter now. So if I put iron in. So why is it pushing out iron? Because the filters are set to be coal. Doesn't seem to make any sense. Let's go look at how this is being processed. So up in here in process, it's going to be calling try poll, right? As long as our inventory is null and everything and constant poll. So if it's conveyor data, it does all that business, but it's not a conveyor belt. So right here, it's gonna do all this stuff here. Oh, I'm not calling... This might be the issue here. So if it can take... Okay. Okay, so this is if it has can take filters, so if that index can take and the slot is valid, then item is duplicate. Item amount is 1, result is that. So that's just add item here. Should work. Yeah, because building inventory, add item. So then it's going to remove one amount there if it's less than 0. So let's actually do this instead. Obj and inv dot. Let's go specify what this is actually going to be. It's going to be type of inventory. So we want to say subtract index amount. So we're going to be subtracting from index I and subtracting amount 1. We don't need to do any of that. Let's see, this seems odd. So I guess if this was successful, then we say break. Because we don't want this to happen multiple times. We want to say loop through until we find the first valid one. And if it worked, we were able to add it. Then yeah. Okay, then this is doing sort of the same thing over here. Not updating filters anymore. So this is just, there's no can take slot. As long as the item is not null, set it to that. Mount, add item. If result, then we say subtract index amount and break. Because we've successfully added our item. Yeah, this should work. So now we gotta figure out why it's not, though. Yeah, I mean, it should be using our filters, because it's just saying add item. I don't know, this is odd. So our filters are coal. We can see it printing down there. That's what our filters are. So for slot 0, the only filter is coal. But you can see it is taking items it's not supposed to. So there's definitely something wrong with the mover filtering somehow. Let's dive a little deeper into it. So we should be running it right here. I'm just going to print what result is right here. And that should just be printing as true or whatever. Here, we need to load this up into a empty world so that we can test this better. All right. Give iron ingot. So we got this. Goes into conveyor belt. Filter is nothing, so it's fine. It can just grab whatever it wants. True. But now if we filter this to iron or something, it shows iron ingot. We put it in wood. It's still grabbing the wood somehow. So something's wrong. Add item is returning true even when it shouldn't. So as long as the inventory slot is null, if the object out is valid, and then if building inventory add item. So there must be something wrong in this code then or something, because it's not doing the filters properly. So first off, this is just going to loop through every single inventory slot. In this case, there's only one. So 0 is not equal to null. Then it's going to see if it can add the item and all that business. But in this case, that doesn't matter. So yeah, adding to an empty slot, this is what we're doing here. So it's going to loop through the inventory. As long as it's null. If check slot filter, then it's going to do all this stuff. So is check slot filter not working properly? So let's see what's going on here. So this is looping through the force filters. If I is not null, then readable list pushback I.id. Okay. Okay, so force filter should not be like that. But yeah, no, that's fine, because it's just the item, so that shouldn't matter. But I guess if the only thing we have is force filters, then when we call update filters down here, we don't actually have to do that. Just out of curiosity, let's hide those other filters, those update filter calls. And I just want to see what this does. So we set this to iron ingot. Because it almost looks like we don't need that or update filters call if the output is a conveyor belt. Let's figure this out. So let's go to update filters. Yeah, I don't think we actually have to call any of this. I think we just hide that. Yeah, it looks like how filters is handled. It's just really odd. It just seems like it's not calling the filtering thing at all, right? So let's go figure out why. Let's dive a little deeper. Let's go into the inventory component and to check slot filter and make sure that this is actually running. It should be. Yeah, so it is. Let's see what it's printing out for our force filter thing. Let's print out readable list. Okay, so it shows right there, Starground iron ingot. So there must be something wrong with that function or something. Because obviously it's working. Okay, so what's happening here is if slot filter size is greater than 0, which in this case should be false, I think. So now we're going to say if not blacklist. This might be the issue right here. So first off, let's just say... Let's do it this way. So one for blacklist, one for when it's not the blacklist. So if it's not a blacklist, that means it's a whitelist. So if it doesn't have it, then it doesn't work. And then otherwise, if it is a blacklist and it has it. So if blacklist is true. Okay, we need to do it like this. So if it's not the blacklist, it's a whitelist, which means it has to have the item for this to be true. Okay. Otherwise, if it is the blacklist, it has to not have the item. I think that's actually our issue. I think we just had a bug in the game. Yeah. Well, I can't take the item out. So that's interesting. That is really weird. What? That doesn't make any sense. Ooh. Hold on. Oh, we have to just make sure if readable list.size. If it's 0, then we know that there's no force filters. Otherwise, do all the other stuff. Okay. There we go. That's fixed now. All right, I think we're good. I guess we just had a straight up bug in the code. So that's interesting. Because I wonder how long that bug's been there. And how come we haven't noticed it before? I don't know. Well, at least we know. It's definitely interesting. But yeah, now I realize when we have a conveyor belt, we don't ever have to run that function, the update filters. So we can just get rid of that. And up here in ready, where we do this force filters change thing, we can actually just go back down to here, and we only need to run that if our building is not a conveyor belt. So yeah. Which actually, since that's baked into the add item check, we never even have to check that. So, cool. Because, like, if we do this now as a test, we have our crafter, we have copper, ingot 99. Let's just break that mover and make sure it's up to date. Put down our crafter. So this is requesting iron. It doesn't have any filters, so we put an iron. Iron should go in. Cool, but wood should not go in. Cool. But now if we go ahead and blacklist iron, even though it should be accepting iron, iron does not go in. Yeah, cool. All right. I think this is going to really help speed up the performance of this. Epic. Okay. Let's go try this out in a regular old save. It should be running way faster now because it doesn't have to run this function nearly as much. Yeah, basically the only time it ever calls update filters then is when its output building has actually changed. So this should be working now, which it looks like it is. Cool. We can check the profiler and all that, but let's get rid of that print statement in here because it's slow. And run the profiler. Let's clear it out though. Yeah, I'm just curious to see like what the mover performance is going to look like in here. It's still not going to be perfect, but the yeah, the process still needs work, but that is inclusive of both mover, try push, and try pull. The big thing though that I'm seeing, which is great, is I am not seeing mover update filters in here like at all. So I think we've kind of eliminated update filters from having almost any performance impact, which is really huge. I mean, it seems like everything here is still operating as normal. Movers are grabbing things out, and this has filters, and it looks like it's working. It's not grabbing any of these other items, so that's good. So yeah, I think we're doing good. Cool. I think that's it then. Let's go check and try pull, because I think that handles, yeah, that checks for the can take stuff, so we're good there. Epic. I think that's basically it then. Let's go check on that other slow save now, just as an experiment. Yeah, I guess that's been a bug in the inventory component for this whole time. Whoa. I see some 3D in the background. I see a pill, the capsule. That's cool stuff. Is this multiplayer or something? Because it looks like there's a shadow there. So I'm putting on my thinking cap. I think this is the first person perspective from a bean player, and this is a different bean player. No? Am I wrong? Whoa, how come the conveyor... Oh, that's item moved. Oh yeah, this is probably all running now, like normal. For gore. Yeah, I think everything in this factory now is finally working as intended. Which is good. Cheats. So weird, these conveyors, when it's like slow, it looks like they're moving backwards, but I know they're not because I'm looking at the item direction. I'm like, oh, this is like a weird rolling shutter thing. It's called thinking cap for a reason. Dang. Yeah, everything here is processing. All the items are moving around. Filters seem to be working properly. So it's good stuff. All these are working good. Cool. I don't know how these got a bunch of copper wire, though, right? That's something that's suspicious. I think there's some kind of bug or something with the movers where sometimes they pull items out of our crafters here. Before the crafters have had a chance to, like, configure their input slots. So I think that's something I need to fix. Because, yeah, I think it's the same thing here. Or no, this is intentional behavior. Yeah. So yeah, I think I know what's causing that. We just need to tell the movers to wait a little bit longer before it starts, like, doing stuff. So it's not really a Doom-like, huh? Is it like a dungeon crawler kind of thing? Because the other one, it's like a guy with a knife, right? It's like a dagger. So it makes me instantly think dungeon crawler. It's got like an eye here. It's not a dungeon crawler, huh? Is it just a roguelite in general? Oh, really? Interesting. Is it more of like a puzzly game kind of thing? Almost think like Buckshot Roulette? I mean, it's not like a puzzle game, but like a strategy game or whatever you call that. Okay, let's go into the mover code. It is? Okay. We're on to something. So yeah, this start cache search, we're gonna wait until fully loaded. So only though if it's not fully loaded already, so then we say that. Otherwise, if we are fully loaded, then just run it up. Okay, I'm gonna reload this save and see if that fixes the issue with those copper wires moving. I'm pretty sure it will, but I just want to see. So it's a puzzly type of game, huh? Strange Simulator 3? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is it a multiplayer thing? Let's go see if these conveyors have fixed themselves. Let's see, where are those? It still didn't fix it, which is really odd. I'm not sure why that happens. 'Cause yeah, it definitely should not be pulling in copper wire like this. I don't know why it's doing that. As far as I can tell here, I don't see any crafters that are producing copper wires. Those are just going out. I know it's not from there. The only thing I could think of is that those copper wires were already on the conveyors when the save was created. But I don't know. That would be odd. But no, I mean, it looks like it's happening other places. So there's like some ingots there. See, it's not supposed to be pulling out copper ingots on this line. Yeah, let's go ahead and create a new save, and I'm just going to create a scenario to test this specifically, right? But I'm sure there's a reason why this is happening. Okay, plop that down, mover, conveyors. So we're just going to put some copper ingots in there, save this, call it Goo. And now let's quit and try this out. So if we continue Goo, if it pulls out copper ingots, then we know there's a problem. We can stop profiling. Oh right, conveyor belts don't save yet. but it's okay. Let's just put a chest instead. I think it should still basically do the same thing. So I'd like to fix this bug where for some reason it lets you keep mining and doing stuff when you like create a save. I think I might know what's happening with that, so we'll look into that. Okay, we've created this save. Let's see what happens. I mean, yeah, it could be some kind of FPS thing. It would be odd if it was. I don't know. Ah! Okay. So it is a real bug. Let's figure out why. So now what I have here is it's not going to do start cache unless it's already found. I'm just going to hide that. I presume that this is the thing right here that's causing the issue, but I just want to comment it out and see for sure. So if I comment that out, it should be okay. Should not do that. Because it never runs the caching search. Yeah. And then even if I have things in output, it's still just like broken. Yeah. Okay, so it definitely is something to do with like not properly getting filters or something. We're not waiting long enough for the other one to configure, maybe. So let's see here. So what we're doing in here is our input right here. That's for conveyor. So it's right here. OBJN object, blah, blah, blah. Constant poll is true. So it's going to run and process. If constant poll, then run try poll. And so it's going to be looping through this because it's not a conveyor belt. Can take size 0. Let's just print in here what can take is. And I just want to see what that does because I think it's something related to that. I was complaining about. Okay, nothing. Yo, thank you for the hydrate. Okay, so it did this. Where initially it said true, false, false. Which doesn't make any sense. But now it's saying false, true. False, true should be what it is. So I think what's happening here is there's an issue with recipe building. Or it should be calling set new recipe or whatever. It's going to run here and process. It's going to say crafting. I think it's this right here. Boom. There's some things in here that don't need to return as soon as has build landed. Yeah, let's just do that. So this should immediately run change recipe. And then handle all the other stuff. I think that's going to fix the issue. Because I think it just was taking too long to actually run that function, and so it would do stuff before it was ready. No, it still happened. Which is quite odd. I'm going to print in here, because that should be the thing that's, like, forcing it to change. Ooh. Okay, so it is running after the mover does its thing. Interesting. I mean, I could add another check to the mover in here, which is just we check if the building has landed thing is true. Which we just say if obj and dot has landed. And then if it hasn't landed, we just return true. Or not true, but just return. So it doesn't do anything. We could try that. Then we can get rid of all the garbage we did. Although that didn't work. Well, has build landed is the proper thing. Welcome back, Oshik. How's it going? Now we can fix the mover garbage where we did this business. Just gonna do that now. Whoa! Thank you for the hydrate. Snooze that ad. Oh, we did a double snooze somehow. That's insane. That's okay. That's actually kind of cool. I don't know how we did that. I guess it was a weird... You're snoozing right now? I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I think we're almost there. Let's check this really quick. Tribal Fish, thank you for the follow, and thank you for the cheese time. I think this will fix the issue we're having with the items. So let's just make sure really quick. Why didn't it work? If it hasn't landed, say return. I guess that doesn't really make any sense. I'm just gonna give it an opportunity to do like an initial check on this stuff, I think. That's slow. I just want to make the mover wait a minute. Have I seen Umamuzumi? No, I have not. Is that the game you're talking about? Okay. Horse girls. Oh, they just run. So it's horse racing, but it's anime girls. Okay. Slay the Spire like? What do you mean? Kind of. Guess I see what you're saying. Well, that's interesting. Why is this not working now? I really thought doing that right in here would have fixed it. Let's do this again. No. Let's see what this prints out. Oh my god, isn't it crazy that it's only 2 days until grounded? Okay, it's still not working, so I don't know why it's taking so long for the crafter to update its filters. It seems kind of odd. Because what should be happening is it should be doing that right away. It's going to do all that stuff and then say is server. If it's not the same, then change recipe. I guess there's a really easy fix to this, which is just run this also on the ready event. Right there. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Now I don't have to have this. Let's see. been sick for the past couple days. I hope I get by grounded too. Yeah, that sucks. Hopefully. I was starting to feel a little bit sick, like last night. I was like, uh-oh. But I took a shower and stuff and I was fine, so there we go. So now the recipe gets set instantly as soon as the building's created. So that bug doesn't happen anymore. Let's go make sure that it doesn't happen on the other save really quick, but it should be fine because we just tested it. But I want to make sure. I want to grind with my homies, I know. I mean, you got 2 whole days. You'll be fine. Just drink some Theraflu. What else do you do when you're sick? Not warm milk. Warm milk is for sleepy bedtime. I don't know. Being sick sucks. Claritin and Sudafed? I don't even know what those are. Where did my tab go? Okay. Claritin? Oops, Claritin. Okay. It's like an allergy thing. And then Sudafed. Okay, so it's just like sinus stuff. Okay, yeah. That sucks. I don't usually get sinus stuff. So unfortunately I cannot relate. Breaking Bad reference, what? This is crazy. I think this is looking good so far. Let's go up and make sure over here. Bingo bongo. Gamers, I think we're good. Yeah. Why is that space elevator invisible? Oh, it's because there's a fish behind it. That's kind of funny. I forgot that actually works with all entities and not just the player. Huh. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because if I kill the fish... Yeah. So, that's kind of funny. I don't know. I feel like every time I optimize the game, this save feels slower. I don't know. Probably just the juxtaposition between the two. Let's take a look at the profiler here. So, okay, wait, that's not real. Okay, mover process is still pretty high up there, but mover update filter is nowhere to be found. There's mover.update and stuff, but yeah, it's nothing. So that's very good. Means that we have improved performance. So try pull, inventory add item, mover try push, mover add item. But the conveyor controller stuff is pretty good. The actual conveyor controller is only 2 milliseconds, so that's good. A lot of these aren't real, like this try push and add item. It's actually just because of the functions calling them so much. Like you can see the process of mover really isn't that bad, and same with right here on controller.item moved. Or yeah, conveyor controller. It's because of what these functions are doing. So like try pull and add item, those are actually kind of slow. Inventory add item could probably be optimized more. I think we could statically type things. Conveyor controller add item. Yeah, most of why that's slow is just the frequency, like the number of times that's being called, right? And that's kind of the reason. Just because of the mover calling that over and over and over. So this is the next optimization that we can make, is right now with try push, the mover building is going to be trying to push into the next building every single frame, right? That's bad. It's bad for performance. It's stupid. So we can make that better. We are checking if can grab. So, I mean, that's a good step. But we can continue to statically type these things and stuff. We'll probably make it so add item actually returns. Oh, it does. I wonder why this one isn't statically typed. I don't know. Doesn't matter. obj_out.dir is equal to dir. Yeah, I mean, there's not like a whole lot that I can do in here. It's just running the stuff. I mean, part of the issue is that I'm checking, like, what is the type. But I don't know. But I don't think that's really the only issue here. It just must be the frequency at which it's calling try push, right? Because the way try push works is down in here, if constant push, and we're setting constant push in here. So actually the only time try push gets called is when, yeah, so it's just constant. Obviously that's not very performant. Also, apparently conveyors are also set to constant pull, which is bad. So I think we can optimize this a little more. So we got ads starting in just a minute, gamers. My apologies. So let's load into a more isolated test world. Where we can actually make sure this stuff is running. Alright, just load into this one. So this is connected to grab check. That's going to basically try and pull it whenever that conveyor is moved. Yeah, there's definitely some optimization to be had here. So if it's not conveyor, tunnel, splitter, or mover. Yeah, it doesn't do the constant pull. So actually, that makes me curious. Does this work? This should work. Uh-oh. Oh no, it's okay. I mean, it's working. Interesting. Also, was this like moving faster than it should? Yeah, that's a little odd. I think when you have two movers like this, this might actually be going faster than... Let's see. Yeah, we gotta do some speed tests here. Also, this is one of the issues with the constant pull thing. If you pick up an item, then it works again, but yeah. So let's try putting some items in here Boom. Oh, but that's not the issue, because I guess the way it works is that it has to be a mover going directly into it, I think. So it has to be like that. Let's just try and time it then. Right, of like how many seconds it takes or whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It feels like it might be a little faster. But also just might be like a visual thing. But it seems like it's definitely pulling items out really quick. Okay, I think I kind of see what the issue is with that one. Is that when you have a mover going directly into it, it's not waiting until the item in this is actually cleared out or like gone invisible. So I think we can fix that. Let's just go look inside of the mover code really quick. And try push. If it's a conveyor tunnel right here, we have to say obj_out.add item. So we can go look at that. It's inside of the conveyor tunnel. If building inventory index is null, should be okay. I guess it's just a visual thing. Also, let's see. Saw a weird visual glitch when you were breaking conveyors. Had to clip it to make sure it wasn't crazy. Okay, let's take a look at that. Oh yeah, with the little wheatgrass thing. I don't know why that happens. It's something to do with the initial like hovering over buildings, but we can fix that. I think it's just I have to make that go invisible on purpose or something. Okay, well, looking at the code, there shouldn't be any way that it can add in items that aren't ready. So actually, looking at it closer, I believe that it is a visual glitch. It's just that the items are kind of weirdly stacking up and it makes it look like there's more than there are just because of the fact that movers go faster than the undergrounds. So I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. So it's not a huge deal. Also, welcome back, Oshik. Okay, so what were the bugs that we need to figure out here? So first off, first bug, let's start working on this. So this is one bug where if your conveyor is stationary and you've placed down a mover, problem, right? Because it's not going to be checking like, hey, I'm empty. Go ahead and try and pull items, right? So that's bad. So yeah, I might have to do constant pull here, but I don't know. I'm just thinking if there's any way around that. I guess we could connect a signal which is on inventory changed. Then we try and grab another item. So yeah, I think that'll work. So we can try that. So over here on this inventory changed, we also call that on a try pull. So like something like this. Let's get rid of this stuff. Say we have a crafter here. Got like that. And we change the inventory, so we say boom, there's a thing in the output. This mover should now like update. Although it doesn't seem to be working, so that's super cool. I don't know why that's not working. That definitely should be working. Interesting. Let me print in here and make sure it is. Oh, it's running every frame or whatever. because of these. That's really odd. I think adding in items manually as a player or something doesn't do it. Let's go look inside of the... the preview script, whatever that's called, item preview. Down in here where we say slot clicked, it should be like, oh yeah. This is what's going on here. Oh, I haven't converted any of these over. Okay. So we need to do that. Oh boy. Stone can't go. Oh. You are correct, but I did find a bug though, yeah. Let's yeah, I mean this will work with this setup, but here if we already have maximum items in there, let's just do this, right? So boom, maximum items. Now, if we power this and do it that way, it will work. But you can see if I take the items out, like manually as a player, doesn't work. And the reason for that is because item preview in here is actually not using the proper functions. So we have to do that. We have to convert all those over. I used to use this whole thing where I would say like, I would manually do it. So I'd say -1 item and all that business, but it doesn't work. Yeah, there's a lot we're gonna have to go through here. Okay. Stack size. So this is just returning to slot. Nothing happens. That's good. Now over here. This is moving to an empty slot. So let's see. Reset last ID. I think in both of these cases we do want these two signals to be called here. So we're going to say inventory here is going to be changed. Yeah. And we're saying delete slot. Yeah. So the butter's better. Well, we should just do this with the actual item moving functions instead of how we're doing it, right? So like, for example, right here, we're saying inventory at slot is equal to that. So we can say inventory.set item or whatever. We'll figure that out. Let's statically type these. So we're going to say set item at index ID with this item. So what that's going to do is set, it's already going to call our function for inventory changed. So we can get rid of that now. What does delete slot do? It says slot of that is null. So we should actually say inventory dot. Your inventory will be type of inventory. ID is type of int. So set item, that should always call inventory changed, yeah. So index and item. Alright. Yeah, it's about time I went through all this and did this. It's gonna be annoying, but we have to. Okay, so that should fix that. Now up here, where we're doing all the subtracting and whatnot. So we're going to say inventory.amount. This is the inventory we're moving it into. It's equal to stack size. And then last inventory.amount minus stack size. So we're going to say last inventory.subtract or whatever from index. We can't do that, can we? Oh, but can we do that? No. I do want last inventory to be a an inventory. But as soon as this gets set to null, it's probably going to crash the game. We'll see. So we're going to subtract from last slot ID stack size. So let's see here. And then we're also going to say inventory, that's set item, index. We're also setting amount. We'll say this, var item is that item dot amount is equal to stack size. There we go. Okay, 1 down, 5 billion more to go. Oh god. This one's something, isn't it? So item is that. We're setting that one, so we're going to say inventory dot... Say Hyper Gamedev, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. At ID... item. And this we're saying subtract index amount. Index is last slot ID, stack size. Okay. Same thing here again, var item is that now. And we're going to say item.amount is that. And say inventory.set item ID item. Then down here we're going to set the amount, which is that. Should have another function inside of inventory component for setting amount, which we don't have, so. like that. So here where we're setting amount, we say last inventory dot set amount, the last slot ID, and the amount will be this beast. Okay, we're getting there. How much more do we have to go? Oh my god. Holy crap. Okay. So add one item to slot now. So we're gonna say duplicate that. Item dot amount is 1. Now we say inventory dot set item at ID to item. Okay. Now here we're gonna say last inventory dot subtract index amount slot ID 1. And does this return anything? It should return something. So let's just say if this was completely killed and it was nulled out, we return true, as in it's empty. So now we just say if that subtract click right is false. Yeah, and see, we don't have to do this stuff. Is that what we wanted to do? Let's make sure. Oh god. Yeah, if that amount is that, then false. Okay. We're good. And this will already handle the deletion. We don't have to run delete slot. We'll just call those. Okay. We're getting there, guys. Now what is this doing? That's an exclusive tag thing. We don't worry about that. Alright, this is picking up a new item. So this doesn't really change the inventory, so we don't run anything here. And this is just calling add item, so that'll already, by default, kind of work. Yeah. And then if result, we say delete slot, which will say set item, which does the thing, so we're good. Okay, this one. Don't need to worry about that. This is whether it's right click or not. This is saying held is true. So that's just picking up a new item. No big deal. Okay, this one. We're getting closer. So this is moving a half stack. So for that, then we say an add to index. Why does this have a ID? Oh, because if it's null. Okay. Set item, set amount. Well, that's fine. We'll do what it says. So we need the index, which is ID. The ID of the item, which is going to be that whole thing. Then amount, which is this. And now the ID of what this item's supposed to be. Inventory.inventory data at ID. .id. And then we're also saying last inventory dot subtract index amount. So from last slot ID, we're going to be subtracting this amount. Okay. So that's if we're right-clicking, otherwise we're merging into a slot. This is when we pick up an item and we're dropping it into another item stack. Oh, this is so boring, guys, isn't it? I'm sorry. So it looks like we're just doing another add to index call here. Just say add index ID. That.id. And amount is that. And then this is just straight up adding the slot. So we do the same thing again, get the difference. We say inventory add index, ID, difference, and then we say last inventory dot subtract. Index is last slot ID, and amount is difference. Okay, are we close at all? Oh, we are. We're on the last two checks here, guys. Don't worry. So this is adding one item to a stack. Easy. So if inventory dot subtract index amount ID 1. So that should return a bool. So if it's true and it turned into nothing, then say click right is false. Oh, we're actually doing that on last inventory. And then here we're saying amount plus 1, so add to index, ID, this, 1, okay. Oh, so this is saying less than 1. I better be careful about that. So we do want that, but then this is where we say do all that business. We don't need to say delete slot. Okay, let's go make sure I didn't mess up with the less than 1 thing. This is going to be an item preview. I just search in here. Yeah, less than 1. that the only instance of it? Is that it? Okay. So that was like a line wherever. Let's go see where that was. I think it's right here. I think this is the code right here that I messed up on. Yeah, so I said, instead of just saying that, I actually do need to check if amount is less than 1. Then we say click right. Whoopsies. Yeah, we don't want to mess up that. Okay, back to where we were. Yeah, hopefully I don't accidentally break the code of our inventories. That would kind of suck, wouldn't it? And then this is finally swapping stacks, pretty easy to do. So this is just a temporary one, or we're going to say this is set to that one. So set item at last slot ID is equal to that one. And we're just going to say this one, inventory.set item ID temp slot. I think it's done, guys. Except for sort inventory, that's not changed yet. Okay, we'll fix that. Don't worry, don't worry. But I think that's it. There is also drop items. So that's something we need to do. Okay, let's finish drop item really quick. So we say right here, last inventory. Last slot. Slot ID 1. And if that's true, then it means it deleted the thing, and we say click right, where we do all this stuff. Okay. Now this is clicking right, so this is dropping a half stack. So we're gonna say new data, all that stuff. We're gonna be creating new data, yeah. And we say amount minus right here. So minus this. And dropping the full stack, we just run delete slot. Good. Okay, that's old good. And then finally, I believe this is the last one. It's just sorting. Inventory sorting right here. Okay, so this is completely merging a stack. So we say inventory dot add. Oops. Add to index. Ooh. The ID. Actually, we're adding to J, so that one the amount right there. And then we set that last one to null. So we say, remove set item. J, or at I, null. Okay. Boom, we're good there. So final little bit here. I think this is the last bit. Yeah. So we just add it to that, minus it from that. So inventory.add to index and inventory.subtract index. So hey, welcome in. Played a little bit of the demo yesterday. It looks pretty fun. The only thing that bugged me was constantly switching between the inventory menu and the crafting menu. Do you mean like between the crafting building and the player's inventory? Just for creating objects, or like basically you're saying you wish there was like an in-inventory crafting menu? Or what's going on? Let's see. That's going to be index J, and then ID is going to be that. No, that's not something that's in main game right now, being able to craft in your inventory. The only way to craft things is inside of the crafter. I mean, I might add something like that eventually. No promises though. I'm not sure yet. But maybe. If it's something that people really want, I can. All right, let's see if this works. It's probably gonna break everything. This is funny that it instantly crashed. So what is this? Item is last inventory, inventory data slot, duplicate. And then I set amount. I don't know why that failed, why it crashed. Weird. Looks like putting, here, let's create a new chest over here. Looks like putting full stacks in works, dropping one item. Worked for the first one, but then this one didn't work. Oh, I did that. Whoops, I gotta say ID. Maybe just me being used to how Factorio does it. Yeah, that's completely fair. I mean, it's a valid complaint. I can see what I can do about that. I do want to eventually work on some more inventory related stuff, just for mainly quality of life. Looks like sorting is fine. So, you know, if you've got suggestions on stuff like that, definitely let me know. Yeah, why does this not work? Invalid access to amount. Let's figure out why this one is crashing. So this is actually pretty high up. It's like line, okay. So split half stack to new slot. So the first half is happening fine. We're saying item is that. Yeah. Then we just set the amount. And we're subtracting from the last inventory. Yeah. Stack size. Should be okay. So, but this one is still dying. Can't access item for some reason. We say duplicate true. Or before we were saying inventory to inventory data amount. It's odd though, it should be working. Last slot ID. So this is the section of code we changed that's causing the crashing, but for some reason it's, I don't know why it's doing that though. So before how we had it was that it was inventory at inventory data. We just set it to a duplicate of what the last inventory was right here. And that's kind of what we're doing. We're saying var item is last inventory. Yeah, you can see amount right there. Unless I misspelled amount. No. So I really don't know why that's failing. And we set amount to floor, inventory data dot amount. Oh, it's because it was the amount of what this is. I see. So that fixes that now. Whoopsies. All right, let's try this now. So if we, yeah, put a half stack over there, we're good. Okay, that was a bug we gotta fix. So it looks like right-clicking, you can get 0. So we'll fix that. Also, right-clicking is dropping 2 items. And this also died right here. And that's because subtract amount set it to 0 before I had a chance to see if it was less than 1. So we can just say elif that is less than 1. Click right is false. That should fix that. Yeah, that fixes that. Yeah, it looks like it is disabling the half stack right there. Now it's just a one item stack. Okay. But yeah, there's that scenario where we still had, I think it's this, where we have a... Yeah, it's subtracting 2 items, so we're losing items here. That's a big problem. Because we're at 5, 3... So it turns from 5 to 3. We gotta figure that out. So back into here, that is where we are right-clicking. So let's figure out where that happens. So this is if not right. So it's when we're clicking into an empty slot. Right here. Somewhere in here. No, this is wrong. Oh yeah, because we're saying subtract amount here, then we're checking it again for some reason, so we need to get rid of that. And then instead of running this, we say elif do this stuff again. Okay. That should fix that bug. Let's make sure though. So we have 4. Yeah, it's just doing it normal now. Cool. Yeah, we're almost there. I think then our inventory will be nice and stable. But we got to figure out why it was like showing 0. I'm not sure how that happened. Maybe it's when it was in the last inventory like this. Doesn't seem to be happening anymore. I might have accidentally fixed it, so... I think that was from in here where we were doing the subtract index amount. Less than or equal to 1. Basically, wherever we're saying click right is false, right? That's where we do it. Actually, it's probably right here. Now we say reset last ID and all that business, so click right should be set to false anyways. Oh, was it having to do with like dropping items or something? Let's see. That seems good. There's only 2 function. Yeah, there's only 2. Okay, so that's fine. I think we fixed it. Let's just check everywhere where we are running that check in here, less than or equal to 1. I wish this was automatically go to where it is. It kind of is, but I don't see it. Man, the code search on GitHub is terrible. So what are we doing here? This is like around 120 again. Let's go double check all that. Yeah, we're doing it right there. So I think we're good to go. We just need to mess with it and make sure there's no weird edge cases we forgot or something. But so far everything seems normal. Shift clicking is totally fine. Doing this is fine. Looks like doing that is working just fine. Yeah. I think everything here is good. Alright, so anyways, the whole reason I did that is so that now when we change an item in here, it'll finally update this mover, because it'll say, hey, the inventory just changed. So yeah. The whole thing that we're trying to do here is convert any instance where we've used manual like changing of the inventory slots over to using the inventory object functions. Because then we just have a little more control over it. We can say, hey, everybody, this slot changed, and it's good for performance. So the way to check that is like every single time we've referenced inventory data. And we can see in here if there's ever a time where we are manually changing the value of it. It's fine if we're just checking like less than 0 or not null or whatever. But what we're looking for is cases where we are actually setting what it is, right? So we just need to make sure we're getting rid of all instances of that happening. Like, oh, right there on farm plot, bad, right? We can't do that anymore. So instead of doing that, we say building inventory dot subtract index amount from 1, 1. And then we don't even need to run this code anymore. It's just better. Let's make sure we don't do anything else bad in here. I think that's the only case where we do it. Then how do we handle the outputting? Alright, it doesn't output into a slot. It's just when you mine it. So we're good there. So let's see, where was that we were seeing? Okay, right there, yeah. I see there's an issue in the furnace right here. Yep. I'm also going to replace all the cases of inventory component in here with building inventory. That has to match case and whole words and everything. Replace, 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 replace. Okay, so we should be good in here. Unless I was doing like get node or something, but we're not, so we're fine. Alright, so what we're doing here is this check where we say if it's less than 0 null. I don't even know why we check that. Oh, it's because we're subtracting here. So we say building inventory dot subtract index amount 0, 1, or input dot amount. Yeah. Boom. Now we get rid of that check. Then here we say building inventory dot add to index 1 ID. And output that amount. And same here, we're going to say building inventory dot set item at index 1 to this one. Which actually, I guess we could just do this. Because if it's null, okay, yeah, this really simplifies our code. So literally all we say here is just building inventory dot add to index 1 the ID and the amount. So output ID, output dot amount. That's all we do. Now we can get rid of all of this code. Simplifies it quite nicely. Let's make sure we're not doing any item modification stuff, which we are not. So I think we're good to go there. All right. Moving on. Conveyor tunnel. We are setting this to be null, but yeah, I guess we should change that. Say, Wildfish on YouTube, welcome in. What's this game you're making? This is called Starground. Currently we're doing some boring, stupid things right now, but it is a automation game. So we're gonna set index I to that. And then building inventory dot set item at I+1 to null. I know. We're doing boring code stuff. Refactoring, the most boring possible thing to do. But we're almost there. Ooh. This is bad. What's in here? This is the splitter code. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll change this in here. Oh yeah, why am I using inventory component in here? Is this our up-to-date splitter code? Yeah, I guess so. I think down here, though, I'm doing it properly, right? Okay, yeah, it is. So let's replace all those inventory component with building inventory. I'm in the middle of a refactor right now too. Had a few simple things and I'm gonna keep messing up later. Yeah. That's sort of what we're doing right now. We're going through all of the different, basically all the code of the game. And checking for instances where we were manually setting the inventory stuff instead of using the built-in functions in the inventory component that I have. The reason for that is because then we know whenever an inventory is changed, right? So let's say a crafter has built an item, we can signal to the mover, hey, we got an item built over here, go ahead and take it out. And it's just way better for performance, right? We're not having to make that mover check every single frame and say, hey, can I take it out? Can I take it out? Can I take it out? It just knows when it's supposed to, right? So that's the whole idea here. Yeah. Bake a leg to do add ovens to my game. Yeah. Are you gonna add is that the game we're working on right now, Sheik? You're gonna add ovens? About 90% done now, just stepping through debugger, checking everything. Something random is busted. Yeah, the classic. Okay. So is it like an automation game that you're building, Oshik, or something? Or is it just like more of a survival thing? Move a mount. How many bodies can you fit into the oven? It depends on the oven. But I would imagine about 2, maybe 3. Zero to item. 1 to item. Okay. Seen this in a Bugs Bunny cartoon? Yeah. Interesting. Okay, that's all add items. We're good there. We'll get there one day, guys. Now, this one's in the player. This is like losing items and stuff. The player's inventory really shouldn't ever use signals, so I'm not going to worry about that right now. I mean, I guess we can do it. Yeah, let's just do it. So we say inventory dot subtract index amount high. Lost amount. Okay. Might as well stay consistent. Also, inside of the mover, when we delete the item, we have to say building .set item 0 to null. Okay, this is all the item preview stuff. We just went through all this, so it's probably fine. Oh yeah, I really should hide, here, let's search this again, but then hide, can I not hide comments? That's annoying. Hey, Nameshift Games, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What are you up to today on your stream? Yeah, because all this stuff is just comments, so I don't have to worry about that. Okay, let's go to the bottom and just go up from here. Yeah, welcome in. We are currently doing the most boring thing known to man, otherwise known as refactoring. But we're getting there. What the heck is this? Furnace.gd. Oh, okay. Live the refactor, yeah. Had a huge game dev stream today. Oh, yeah? That's awesome. What'd you get done today? Godot Dev, let's go. Nice. I've been really liking Godot ever since I started using it. It's been good. Okay, see, it's weird because this is already doing subtract here. So that one's fine. But there's another one in here that wasn't. This one. Input that amount. Oops. Added new NPCs, did some bug fixing, level design, and then messed around with shaders for a while. Awesome. Cool stuff. Yeah, shaders can be really fun. They're hard sometimes, but I do enjoy them though. The things that you can create with them are pretty cool, so. Do one there, output.id, output.amount. Now we get rid of that code. Get rid of that code. I really should convert the furnace and electric furnace to being a recipe building, because that's what they are. But oh well. Okay, this should all be good in the furnace now. Cool. And then the conveyor is nothing. We don't use that anymore. Oh god, what is this? Oh, I was like, oh my god. There's one that's doing it like a billion times, but it's the inventory component. So we're good. Alright, I think we did it. I think it's all done. I don't see any other ones in here that's showing manually changing those numbers. Oh. Oh, that's just the farm plot. We already fixed that one. Alright, I think we're finally set with that. Sheesh. Alright. I think we can get back to whatever we were doing now. I wonder if that would change performance, like if it would make it really slow. Kind of curious to load up that crazy save to see. It's actually the restart and close out of the search and clear things out here for a second. I told my friend who's a Factorio nerd about your game. Awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's coming along. I'm just working on optimization stuff today. Basically, what we're just up to is... So, for the longest time, I have this object in the game. It's just called inventory component. And basically, it's just has an array inside of it, right, that stores items like this. And the way that I was accessing this in all of the buildings and stuff is I was just straight up referencing this array and saying, hey, remove this item or add to this slot or whatever. It's fine, but the issue is performance, because if I ever want to check and see if this inventory has changed from the other object over here, I have to now like check every frame. Is it different? No. Is it different? No. Is it different? Yes. And then do the thing. It's just bad. So the better way to do that is with signals. Now what I'm doing is I have some other functions down here that I'm calling instead to change this. Basically just like a interface between the building and the actual data here. And then whenever that's changed, it emits this signal here, right? Whatever, different color for the signal. And then that can connect to my other buildings that need to know when the inventory has changed. So that's what we just finished. I think we're good to go. But yeah. He says you should do double item conveyor belts. Oh boy. I probably never will. If I'm going to be completely honest. Just because it adds a lot of complexity to conveyor belts, having 2 lanes. So I probably will not do that. And you can definitely do automation without that. There's plenty of games that don't. Actually, when you really think about it, I think the only game that does that is Factorio. Like Satisfactory, conveyor belts are single lane. If you look at the conveyor belts, you can see they're just one item, one lane, right? Same with things like Shapes, IO, and stuff. That's also single lane conveyors. So yeah, I'm just gonna stick with single lane. Double lane is cool, and I think it's really interesting what you can do in Factorio with that, but I don't think it's necessarily needed. You can still do things just fine without it, in my opinion. But yeah. Let's do some closing of tabs. Let's actually, like, relaunch the editor. Because it feels slow right now. Signals are goated. They are. Yeah, I do really love signals. I've been trying to use signals more in Starground because it's just so much better for performance and everything. Yeah, they're pretty awesome. So if anyone's using Godot, definitely use signals. Learn how they work and stuff and take advantage of them. Yeah, signals, callables, resources. The trifecta, yes, yes. Yeah, resources are really cool too. I'm literally looking at an answer using signals right now. Oh yeah. Let's check this out. Oh yeah, this is just doing... Interesting. On Broken Bone Connect, yeah. Just gonna skip it because it looked messy. Maybe it's a good place for it. Yeah. Signals are usually a good idea. I can't think of many scenarios where they're not. Also, we got an ad starting in a minute. My apologies, everybody. Okay, so now we can really dive into the mover stuff, now that we can be certain that whenever an inventory is messed with, it will call the signal. Okay. So there's gonna be a bunch of different things we need to test. But like, let's put some items in. That should work just fine. Yeah, that's all good. So one of the issues we still need to fix is if there's already items on the conveyor, the mover will not know to pull items, right? That's kind of a problem. So we need to fix that. The way that we can fix that is, let's see here. This has an item, it'll be connected to that. So this should almost be fine just with regular conveyor belts, but we need to know that when... We need to have some way of, like, continuing this chain. So I guess we could make it so when we first place down this mover and it first caches it, we run try pull. And that is kind of an easy way to fix that. So just right here, we're going to say connect all the stuff and whatever, and then say try pull. So we'll just do one initial try pull when we first place down the mover. So if we do that now, you can see, oh, it's not happy. So obj in was invalid. That doesn't seem right. It should have ran this right here. It's right here, obj out is conveyor. Oh, I'm stupid. That's the... Duh. I need to do it down here. Big mistake. Let's try that again. So if I plop this down, boom, it runs try pull, it grabs the items. Good. Goody, goody, goody. Now, there's other cases, though, where it's not going to do it properly. So, for example, we have this setup. We don't have any items in here, but let's say this already has iron in here. So this mover is going to be like, hey, there's already iron, no need to push iron. But if we take this iron back out, okay, it does work. And I think it's because the mover is now connected to, for the out object down here. Go. Right here on inventory change, we're going to run try pull. So, good. It means it's only ever going to try and run code if it actually needs to. So that's very good. We don't need to worry about this force filter change thing anymore. We still got to figure out this constant push thing too. But yeah. Should be able to get that working, I think. All right. Ads are over, everybody. Sorry about that. So, hey, Warner, welcome in. How's it going? First time here. What you working on? I am working on my game, Starground. This is sort of a combination between automation and dungeon crawling. So, you can build your factory here, place down buildings. Let's give myself some gears or whatever. I can plop this down, power it, and boom, you can automate the collection of resources and stuff, craft items into different items and research things and you know, all the usual good automation stuff. Then you can go to the dungeons. You can make this building normally, obviously it's just in here. You have to, I'm just not gonna make all the items right now, but this is kind of your like gateway to everything else in the solar system, so you can go to different planets and stuff. These are the dungeons you can go to. There's the space hub. This is kind of just like a trading zone, so you can sell items here and buy things and whatnot. Thank you for the Speed Gamers. I gotta ask, the stack chairs are just for blocking the folder structure. Not really. That's kind of an unfortunate side effect. A while ago, Oshik wanted me to do a chair cam of my chair, but I'm sitting on my chair, so I just put an image in the corner of my chair. Then eventually I don't know why we added a second chair on top, but it's there, so. And now it's a 3D model, so. It's very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So yeah, I've been working on this since about December of 2023, so it's been like a year and about a year and a half, I guess, or maybe a little more. Like year, 6-7 months, somewhere around there. But yeah, it's going good. Right now the game's in early access on Steam, so and I'm not the sole developer of everything, but of most things. I do all the programming, I do all the art, the sounds. I don't do the music, and I also don't do like the writing / lore stuff. Although, to be fair, there isn't a whole bunch of writing specific stuff in the game yet. That's probably going to change pretty soon here. We're planning on doing a another update soon that adds in a bunch of questing stuff, but I'd say I'm like 95% solo dev, if that makes sense. But yeah. The chair had no chair. Needed a stand all stream. That's true, that's true. It's got a chair for your chair, yeah. So does this mean we don't need this constant push or constant pull anymore? It's definitely interesting. Because if it's a conveyor belt, then we know just do it whenever it's changed. I guess we will need to do constant push here if it's a building that let's see here. So this is for the out object, because we can just say inventory changed here. Let's uncomment that because I want to test it and see if we can actually push items out really quick. Because I would love to finally disable this constant pull business. It's really annoying. Because if we can eliminate the process event of the mover, that's a huge deal for performance, so. Yeah, we did also have a toilet at one point, but that's gone now. Okay, so there's no more constant push stuff. It's gone. I just want to see how everything behaves with that setup, right? Because now, like, okay, if we take an item out, boom, it will update and pull items again. So this is really interesting, because this might... Oh wait, we have to break these though, I forgot. Yeah, so this is one thing that we have to work on, which is that if we don't have constant pull and this is like a storage building like this, it's just gonna not know what to do here. So but that's fine. We can make that work. So what we can do is kind of like how we did that initial try pull when we cache a conveyor down here. And that's for obj in. We can do that same thing down here too. Right there. And I think that'll work out. So if there's no items in there and we put them in, so that's something we also need to change, is that if constant push, so if none of that stuff, we're gonna say obj in inv dot inventory changed connect try pull. So let's try that. Also really appreciate that the game is native Linux build. Yeah, it was really easy to do, so I figured why not, right? I was looking at like the process for Godot and the exporting and stuff for Linux, and I was like, this really isn't that hard. I might as well just add support for it. Whoa, it's not happy. Interesting. That's very interesting. I think it's because me placing the item and it being removed happened at the exact same moment in time. So what we actually have to do is say item.held is false before we set it down. Also, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So yeah, we got to be careful about that now with our new way of doing this. We have to go check all of that whenever we're saying held is false. Oh yeah, this is going to be a whole thing, isn't it? We need to set held false before we actually change it. Which I don't think will be too bad in here, luckily, but yeah, definitely need to be careful with that. And like right here. Same with right here also. I guess we're setting it there, so we just say that dot held is false. Boom. Okay. And that right there, we say item dot held is false. Get rid of that. Okay. Set amount. Is that going to do that stuff? Yeah. Well, we'll notice if that happens more. We just got to be careful about that. The reason why the game crashed is because what happened is I put an item down in the chest and the mover immediately grabbed the item. And so in the code, it would like failed. We just have to be careful about that. Also, you can see that this is working pretty well. It's grabbing all the items in here. Never mind. It stopped working. Yeah, we got to be careful about that. Make sure it still works. Okay, so what happens is that if there's items in here and it's already full in front, then it stops pulling items out until the inventory changes again. So it's no big deal. I think we can fix that. What we need to do is just say, also try and pull an item whenever the front of our inventory changes. So we copy this, we go back to our out. So like right here, inventory change.connect try pull. That's good, but we need to do the same thing over here. Yeah, which is whenever it's moved, we say try push, but then also try pull. I believe. I think that'll fix the issue, but let's see. We have to re-break this. So yeah, it's a little weird. It should be like queuing up multiple items. You can also see there's like a weird gap. So that's not supposed to happen that way. But it is continually pulling the items out at least. Yeah, whenever this is the building in front of us or we don't have any filters, we should just be like constantly pulling items out one after another. So I think what we need to do is change how we go about this. We do want whenever that's moved to try and push, but I think we want to say in try push. Is that after it, if we've successfully deleted our item and stuff, then we say try pull. So we just immediately try to pull a new item in. And I'm pretty sure that's what we need to do here. So if I put multiple items in here, yeah. Because then basically our polling is like good to go. It's just going to work. Because it's forever linked to our outputting. So all we have to really handle is just whenever we output or try and push an item in. One thing I do want to check and see if this would work or not is like if we have this set up with a chest going in here with our mover like that. Is this going to try and pull the items in? It will. So that's very interesting. Now what happens though if we research all twice? Now our movers will run faster than our conveyor belts, right? So is that still going to work? Looks like it does. So we might be onto something here. See, what's great about this, about getting rid of this constant pull and push stuff, is our funny little process event. Gone. We don't run it anymore. That's huge. That's a really big deal for movers. So yeah. Looks like there's still a little bit of weirdness here, but it might be I just need to replace this, I think, yeah. So let's see like what happens here. Yeah, this is going to immediately pull items out, so that's good. Now this is kind of an issue though, because it pulled the stone in for some reason, even though it shouldn't have. So I don't know why it did that. Because stone doesn't go into this building, so you can see now it's just broken. Although it's weird because that one didn't get pulled in. So I'm not sure why it tried to pull in stone if it's only supposed to pull iron. Oh, that's weird. I might have just needed to replace it then. Because it seems like it's actually okay now. I'm going to try doing like one of these setups. Where I just put some iron on here. It's just going to kind of loop around. And then if I take the iron out, it should now start putting the iron in. Yeah. I also wonder, like, what happens to this if I do, like, a filter while it's moving and stuff. So I just put a filter on there. If I get rid of the filter, is it going to work? No. So that is kind of an issue. I'm gonna have to work on that. What's your favorite stone? Yeah, the third one is pretty good, not gonna lie. So let's go figure out why that didn't work, though. We'll first initially do our connection. So for output object, if it's a conveyor belt, whenever it moves, we're gonna say do try push. Ah. So the issue is that it's not gonna try and pull, though, here. So we have to say, if not building inventory data at 0, do try pull, else then do this stuff. Or I guess we have to check if it's valid again. Like that. Because then if try pull was successful and it has an item in it, then we can try and push again. Although that doesn't work because it's never going to just instantly be ready to be pushed on try pull. So we can actually just return that and just stop. Yeah. So let's try this. Oops. So if we put some items in here, boom. Yeah, see, it's weird. It doesn't seem to be trying to pull the item for some reason. I'm just going to print in here and make sure it is, like, running. Big fan of Henge. Oh, Henge is pretty good, dude. Make sure I break all the other ones so it's not weird. Okay, so the only one here that is going to be printing this is this one. For some reason, yeah, it's just not running. Very odd. I don't think that matters, no. Functionally, the corner conveyors are just a regular straight conveyor. It's just a visual difference. Yeah, it's just not calling the signal for some reason, but we can go down here and double check why. Or up here. So the output object that we have here, right here, if it's a conveyor, on objout.moved, it should connect try push. Right? Ah. So this little funny line. We have to make sure that that's not being called there. There we go. Oh, but now it's not calling try push. Oh, we have to say if can grab. There we go. Now it's working. Okay, so we just put some items in there for fun. Boom. It's just going to push all the items out. Seems like it wasn't fully compacting the conveyor. Which, I don't know if that's actually true. It's hard to tell. Let's see if it's actually compacting the conveyor. So we're just going to create 8 right here. Or let's just create a conveyor with a defined size so we know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I just put 7 in there, right? Yeah, it's not compacting it, which is odd. It's like it's going too slow or something. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. I think I need to not check for item moved. Let's go see. Well, I guess that's what I need to check for. Not moved. I guess I just need to check both whenever it's moved. Both try, push, and pull. Probably. I think what that'll allow us is to start pulling an item immediately after it's been pushed. Okay, I might actually see the real issue here. I think part of the problem is that... Okay, let's get rid of what we just did. Is that our mover is fast, so we want to immediately pull an item out whenever our mover's done. Like, if we've pushed an item. So let's create another signal. We have signal deleted, so I think we can just go down here and say, right here, deleted.connect try pull. So as soon as the item gets pushed out of the mover, it just immediately tries to push another item. Or pull another item. Well, that doesn't seem to be working. Oh, duh. I need to break it and replace it. There we go. Now that's compressing. Okay, so we're off to a good start here. Let's now do our classic test. So it did pull an item in there, which is weird, because it shouldn't have. I mean, it should pull in items now. It should only go to, like, 4 or whatever, though. That was weird that it pulled in those 2. I'm not sure how that happened. I think what might have happened there is that the inventory filters updated after we pushed the item. Because we called deleted right there. So let's go see what we do here. We say try push, we say add item. If result, then we delete it. So it should say add item. UJ out inv. And add item on here, it should just work. So we say inventory changed right there on that function call. And then we call delete. I don't know, maybe that was just a fluke because this one actually wasn't updated. That's probably what it was. Nope, it did it again. How is that possible? So it looks like it just immediately pulls in the first item. Like, but what if I put it there and then wait? No, it's just... It looks like it might just be an issue with the initial placement of the mover for some reason. So we got to figure out why it's doing that. It's probably just because it hasn't initially updated filters. So if we go over to that in here. So for our output object right here. Basically, we're connecting inventory changed to update filters. But we're not doing an initial updating of the filters. So I think that's the issue. We just have to say right here, update filters. So hey, Maxulis, welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? Yeah, there we go. Now it doesn't pull in those items. Yeah, what are we up to? We are currently optimizing the way movers work in Starground right now. I think we're on the right track. The reason why this is such a great optimization, if we can get it working, is because we've now gotten rid of the process event for movers, which is a really big deal. Because that's going to make things run so much faster. I kind of want to load into this save now and see how it runs. See if there's any meaningful difference. Good, I was just getting my Game Jam game play tested a bit. Nice, that's awesome. I have some tiny things to do, cool. Yeah, I've got links or anything. You're totally welcome to drop those in chat. Just gotta wait for this save to load. So we're then get. Oh, it's not happy. So where did this happen from? So ran try push, which called delete item, which emitted delete, which called try pull. But it subtract index amount. Okay, so that called inventory changed on the object, and then we called try pull again. But the issue is that there's no input object here. And this is on the mover. So I think we just have to say if is instance valid obj in inv. Ooh, it's gonna break. Yeah, I don't know what happened with that iron ingot. We'll obviously keep a lookout for that. But I want to see what this does first. I'm gonna skip all the... Okay. This save is running way faster. Look at that. But we gotta walk around and make sure it's actually behaving properly. It's like those are filling up normally. That seems correct. 20 does seem like a lot. But that might just be what I have set inside of the furnace or something. I don't know. We'll see. These items seem to be moving pretty normally. They're being grabbed and inserted into here. How is this grabbing items? Oh, there's another long-range mover there. I was like, what? But no, it's fine. 14 FPS is a big win on this save. I know in the grand scheme of things it seems bad, but it is better. Trust me. You play like this? Well, hopefully not much longer. Hopefully I can make this run better. I think everything is working, which is honestly incredible. Because, you know, these kinds of things you expect nothing to work, but I think it's working. I don't see any problems. It's pulling in items properly. Whenever there's an update to the inventory, it's outputting items properly. We got all the rotors and everything. Let's try researching something. Oh, we are researching something. Let's swap it over to this one. Which, I don't know where our rotors are going. Okay, they all go right here. So I just want to make sure these are going along normally and stuff. So yeah, it is stacking to 20, which seems like a lot. I don't know if it's supposed to be that many. We have to go look at the mover code and double check on that, because I'm pretty sure it should only be stacking to 10. Unless I increase that value or something, I just forgot. So let's just go down here and see what everything's looking like. Yeah, that is definitely better. Oh, wow. movers are like not even in the list anymore. So that's huge. Yeah, this has definitely made a massive improvement to mover performance. Because the fact that we're barely running try, push, or pull, and now the fact that we're also updating our filters very sparingly, I think has made a major impact. Although I did find a bug here. This is unfortunate. These copper ingots should be inserted into the vault here, but they're not for some reason. And I'm not sure why. They have items in them, like they're primed and like ready to push in, but just seems like it's not working. So let's go look inside of our mover code here. So right in here, it's going to say, if it's not any of those, then try pull. Okay, the thing is that we don't say try up here. Try push, an initial try push in, and I think that's why it doesn't work. Because I bet those movers already had an item inside, and that's why it just didn't work. So I'm just going to call try push initially when we first cache that building. And now let's reload into the save and see if that fixed that issue. Yeah, this is in-engine while I'm streaming. So honestly, it's a pretty good performance improvement, assuming that these movers are actually stable, which I think they seem to be. There's a couple weird quirks, but I think if we can eliminate all that, then we might be on the right track. It's so much easier to optimize other stuff than the movers and conveyors. Because, like, these are the core foundational, like, building blocks of Starground, right? Movers pushing items and conveyors moving them around. Like, optimizing those are always going to be inherently way harder. So I'm excited to see what this holds for the future. Let's see if this is now outputting properly. No, it's still not pushing items in, which is odd. If I pick up an item and then it starts working okay, right? But it's that like initial pushing items in, it just doesn't seem to work. It might be after the inventory of this gets full, like filled up. Let's see. Let's just put some items in. Oh, it's not happy. Oh, whoopsies. Gotta be on the lookout for that. Let's give myself some copper ingots. Oh, yeah. That seems broken. It's only like... Oh, no, it just stacks to 1980. I'm good. I was like, there's no way. Okay, so I think I see what the bug is here, and it's... At least I'm able to replicate the behavior so we can fix it. So whenever a... item in here gets added to the vault, or it's full, it's filled up, it's like it stops checking if it can actually push items again. Even though in here on our output object, we are checking right here, inventory changed, try pull, but yeah, that's one thing is that we don't actually try to push. Which I'm not sure why or where that even happens. That just might be the issue. So where do we call try push in here? Because try push also calls try pull. I think the reason for that is because when a mover starts with items inside of it, it, okay, but yeah, we also need to take into account the other scenario. So I think this will fix it. Now we call try push whenever that's changed. So if we break these movers and try this again. Uh-oh. Did the game just crash? That's really weird. It didn't throw an error. Huh. The only thing I could think of is that we got stuck in a cyclic loop, which can sometimes cause crashes. So it's probably because we ran try push, which then ran try pull. And try pull. Must have grabbed an item. I don't know, I don't see any issue with that. I guess technically this, we don't need to run try pull, because try push will try and do try pull. So we can try and do that. And then over here, this is for conveyors, so this is whenever an item is deleted, we're gonna do try pull. Moved, when deleted, we do try pull. I think that should be fine. Let's relaunch this and see if the same bug happens. We can try and replicate that scenario to see if it's like an infinite loop thing causing the crash. Because yeah, that can happen sometimes if like you have too many calls happen on the same frame or whatever, it can just crash and it doesn't tell you why. Let's load into the save again and see. Waiting for it to load. What? Bob Odenkirk says he'll kill Mario? I can't believe this. Okay, it immediately crashed again, so there must be some kind of cyclic thing happening, which is bad. So what would be causing an infinite loop? We got to figure out what scenario would do that. So whenever our out object moved on a conveyor, that's fine. It seemed to happen when we placed it into our other building down here, so I presume it has something to do with this. It must be this initial trying to push right here. Yeah, that must be what's happening. I'm also kind of wondering if we should just completely change something in here. I want to see what this would do, but maybe we just run a function in here that's like function try, and then we say if that else, right? Maybe we can run both like this. So if it's empty, we try pull. If it's not empty, we try push. And then we get rid of this thing in here, which we just changed this to if can grab. And then we just run try for everything. So maybe now we go back to physics process. And instead of all this garbage for how we're doing this, we just say objout.move.connect try and deleted dot try. You know, I don't know. Maybe this is what we need to do, is just like have one unified function for trying both things. And same with all this stuff down here. We just say objout.inventory change.connect try. And we just call try on all these. And same with this stuff down here. We don't do try pull, we just say try. And this is just connects to try. Same with this up here. obj_in.grabCheck.try. No idea if this is going to work. It might actually cause issues or decrease performance, but I just want to see what this does. If we just have this like one universal, you know, try function, just basically a state, a signal saying, hey, something happened, try and do either a push or a pull, you know. I don't know. Just want to see what happens here. And actually, that means we don't have to have this one signal in here on deleted. So just get rid of that. I'm just curious to see what this does. No idea if this is going to work. It might crash again if we load this save, but let's see. The auto tiling is taking 1,000,000 years in the output, unless it crashed, and that's why it's not doing anything. Let's wait. Give it the benefit of the doubt. You never know. Nope. It did do stuff. It's black, though. I don't know what's going on. And it crashed. Okay. I don't know. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Let's load up a single player world and just see if we can recreate what's happening. It's a new empty world. So boom, remover. Let's try with... Just give her wood. Just plop down some chests, put some items in. Okay, well, I think I see the issue. So whenever it runs try push for some reason, it'll dies. Which is really odd. I'm just going to print in here what's happening and when. Because maybe it's not actually try push, but it's the fact that try pull happens the same frame after or something. I don't know. Let's see. There must be a reason though. Maybe it's like trying to access the same values or something. It just dies because it, I don't know. It's definitely being a little quirky though. Whoops. Okay. Mover. Give stone. Wood. So bam, bam. Yeah, it does that initial pull. So pulling. It looks like it's just crashing when it runs try push, which is really weird. I don't know what would be causing that. I didn't even print it, so... So what caused that? I mean, after our item is done moving, we can go to, you know, add item in here. And this is going to run update. And what this does is it creates a tween for our item position stuff. And then we say down here, yeah, tween callback, begin push. So in begin push, we say can grab is true, and then we run try push. I don't know. It's really odd. I mean, if I get rid of that callback, does that fix the issue? I mean, obviously it'll break everything, so that's not a good solution, but let's just see. Let me be Starground. Star Grobama? That's crazy. Can't believe you actually said that. All right, attempt number 1 billion. New lore just dropped? Yeah, totally. Boom, bada bing, bada boom. You put an item in, bop, no crash. So for some reason, calling try push is just killing everything. And I have no idea why. Maybe I just do this, which is tween.tween callback function. Say can grab is true, and then call try. I don't know, maybe there's some weird callback stuff or something going on. Let's see if this does anything different. So if I put a wood in there, it still crashes. Why is pushing an item crashing the game? Doesn't make any sense. I mean, let's just do that. Get rid of the try push call there and make sure that that's actually what's crashing it, because maybe it is pulling that's crashing it. Yeah, it's just very weird. I don't know. Quite confusing, if you ask me. Let's try this again. Boom, boom. We'll put an item in. No crash. So for some reason calling try push is crashing the game. We got to figure out why. So here's all the code in here. We say if can grab, is it this deletion of our item? If we get rid of that, does that fix the issue? No. So it's not deleting the item that's causing it. Very odd. Then what would even cause that? It's so weird. I'm just gonna do that here and try. I don't know. This is quite puzzling, guys. I don't know. There is a stack trace, but that's what's weird about this bug is it just doesn't say anything. So I have no idea if it's working or not. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's working. I think that's what's crashing it, but it just doesn't tell me why. So I don't know. It's really weird. Usually when this happens, it's because there's some kind of cyclic event that happens where it causes like an infinite feedback loop, and then it starts an infinite loop and the game just closes. That does happen, but I don't think that it's doing that. Do you mind sharing that item throw code? Yeah, I can load that up and show you. It's just quite puzzling. It's easy to fix bugs when the engine tells you why they're happening, but not these ones. Oh, okay, well this actually told us something though. It just ran pushing 124 times. So clearly there is a... It's getting stuck in a feedback loop. I see what's happening. I see exactly what's happening. Okay, I know why it's happening. I'm not sure how we're going to fix it, but we'll figure it out. It's okay. I know where to go from here. All right, Coal Keeper. Keep in mind a lot of the code in Coal Keeper is bad because this was a game jam after all, but I'll show you the code in here. So, let's see, drop item. So the way that I do the item picking up and stuff in Coal Keeper is I kind of mark an item as being my held item. So I'm sending out a raycast from the camera, this raycast right here, this one, and it's kind of checking in front of me, hey, is there any objects in front of me? If it collides with an object, then I show the prompt, and whenever I click E, I set my, I call this, I say set held item. So if I'm already holding an item, I drop the current one, otherwise I just set it. Then down in process, pretty sure I'm checking if I have a held item. Yeah, so if I have a held item, what I do is I just make that position of that item equal to whatever my camera position plus like an offset. So just like a little bit in front of the camera. So it's like you're picking up the item and holding it. And then I check right here. If I press drop while I have a held item, it calls drop item. So ball watching 03, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. And then what I do in here is a couple different things. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm setting the linear velocity to 0. Basically, it's just resetting all the stats about this thing. So I make it so it stops moving. I set angular velocity to 0 too. This is just for the final stats at the end of the game. Items thrown. I play a sound. I also set its collision layer back to normal. Like, when I pick up an item, basically what I do is I temporarily stop it from colliding with the player. And then as soon as I drop it again, I say you can collide with the player again. So this is really the magic, this apply impulse function. Apply impulse can be ran on a rigid body 3D, I believe. And that's the actual code that makes it like throw. So this right here. Basically your impulse and position. So if we go back into here, we can see what this is. So the impulse is kind of like the direction or whatever. So we just say our camera direction to our throw target times 6. So that's like how strong the impulse gets applied. And then I add a couple things. I think this makes it so it kind of goes like up at an angle. So I'm throwing it like an arc. And then this is also adding my velocity on. So if I'm moving, it also applies that velocity to the item that's being thrown. So like if I run and throw an item, it throws it faster. And then lastly, global position. That's basically just the point at which it's like the origin point of the impulse. Let's think the posture check. So hopefully that helps. Yeah, I can send this line of code. Let's use that add. Let's go over here. Here is the line of code. And the node setup that I have here on the player, gotta get my stretching in, is I have this node in front of the camera. It's just an empty node 3D. And this is kind of the origin or the point of where I just use this for getting the direction from the camera to this point. So if you want to like throw the item in a randomized direction, you can just kind of wobble this around so that you get a random direction. So yeah, hopefully that helps. Now, I realize I figured out why this is a bug or why this keeps happening. So when we call add item right here, this is going to immediately call add item. And guess what add item does? It calls inventory changed. So then the mover is going to be like, oh, the inventory just changed. Let's immediately call try push again. And then it does it again. Oh, the inventory changed. Let's call, oh, the you get the idea. So the reason for that is because it doesn't actually delete the item inside of the mover until right here. It wouldn't be an issue if I could delete it ahead of time. But yeah, that's why this crash is happening. So I think we can fix this. We just got to figure out how we can stop this infinite loop from happening. Technically, what I could do is temporarily disconnect the signal here. I could do this. Let's see here. No, it's not gonna work. I guess I could check. I could do .check item to see if I can add it. But these aren't the regular check item. Okay, so that doesn't work. I'm trying to think how we can do this. I think this is the secret to our movers working. I mean, I guess I can make it so it doesn't call try push when inventory changes, but that doesn't really work out here. I guess I could have like a temporary lock. Where we do this, we say like bar push lock. let's see, how do I want to do this? I guess I can just temporarily disconnect the signal, so let's try that. I'm gonna say obj out inv dot inventory change dot disconnect. So that just needs the callable to try. We do this stuff, right? Now we're not connected to the signal. We delete the item. And then finally, lastly, we reconnect it. And then we call try. Technically, that'll work, I think. What am I having for Din Din tonight? I have no idea, actually. I'd have to ask my mom. So. Actually, I do know. We're having a... What is it called? How do you pronounce it? I wouldn't look like a fool. Okay. No, I actually spelled it right. It's like shower... I'm gonna say it wrong. Chao Su pork. It's pretty good. Basically what you do is you like layer up this like glaze on top of the pork. So you just get like a pork roast and then it's like a mixture of like some food coloring and then maltose. Maltose is kind of like honey but like super thick. It works really well as like a glaze. And you just keep layering out on top, and on top you do like 100 layers of it, and it develops this like sweet crust, you know? Shaozu? Shaozu? I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce it. But yeah, you mix in some other things like soy sauce and stuff. Nice, it works. Let's go, epic. But yeah, it's really good. I enjoyed. Oh, it's a Dragon Ball character? Chaozu pork. I wonder if that's an intentional thing. That's kind of funny. All right. You ready to test this, guys? Sorry, cheats are disabled, so you know. Stone. Wood. Okay, check it. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom! It didn't crash, guys. Now if I drop some items in here, it just kind of works normally. So we have 89. Yeah, that's correct. Toriyama named a lot of the characters after food, yeah. It probably is that character. It's probably what he was named after. This seems to be working pretty well. Dude. See, because what's so great about this is like... Okay, let's go try this on a real save, like this one. I want to now stress test this. See if this works. Okay, we had a crash. That's okay. The reason is because of this. If signal... We need to do this if it has signal. And then signal... Oh, it's just because we don't have an object out inv. We have to say if obj out inventory. And likewise down here, if obj out inventory. Okay. That should fix that issue, I think. Game is blank. Please don't crash. Okay, the game did close, but I don't know if that was necessarily a crash or not. Let's load back in and see. Oh, did the whole editor just crash? No. Weird. Let's hope and pray. It might actually be an issue related to conveyors. Really quick, let's try that. I think what might have happened is when I pushed an item into a conveyor, it did the same issue with the, like, infinite loop, you know? I love when cheats are disabled. Oops. That is probably what happened. No. Didn't seem to care. Huh. Well, I don't know what happened there. Let's go ahead and just load into the save again. Let's see. Hey, Brewski, welcome in. How's it going? Okay, there still definitely is some kind of crash, huh? That sucks. That is quite frustrating. So what's causing it now? Is it a... It must just be something that's with the conveyors or something. Yeah, there's a little bit of funniness with the item grabbing. We'll get to that. What's going on here? I'm gonna try again. Just gonna run some checks here. Yeah, that's fine there. Now try push. That should be if it's... Trying to push if it's not equal to null. Oh yeah, then trying to pull, we should say it's not equal to null, which means it is filled. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's load this up again and see if we can spot like what's actually being called here. If it is another infinite loop thing, it should start printing out push or pull. It's still doing an infinite push loop somehow. So my assumption is that that has to do with movers, or not movers, conveyors. If we go into, I don't know how or why, but I think that's what's happening here. So over in here, we are connecting inventory changed right there. And then up here for the conveyor, we're checking grab check. Should be okay. Am I pushing the pulling thing? Oh. Am I? Whoops. It might be a pull loop. Actually, can a pull loop happen here? I think technically yes. I think it can. That's probably what's happening. I just need to temporarily disconnect the signal again. So, kind of like what we do over here. Go back to try pull. So I just need to say... I think that's the only one there. Is that what I'm connecting? Yeah, inventory change.connect. Okay, so I just need to say, I'm going to do this if has signal. If, what is it? Signal connected? Signal connection list. What does this have? Has signal. That's only checking if a object has a signal. That's not what we want to do. I guess I can just do this, is if dot is connected to try. There we go. And I'll have another variable up here that's like var reconnect signal is false. And if that happens, I say reconnect signal is true. And then down here at the end, I say if reconnect signal, then dot connect to try, and call try. See if this works. What's the chair doing there? We've answered that question like how many times a day? 5 or 6 or something? Okay, now it's just an infinite loop on both of them. That's super cool. Okay. I got everything working again. Oh, let's go. Let's try it out. The cookie. Yeah. You hate being a circle cookie. You think that you would taste much better as a square. Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Okay, don't go in the water. Yeah, you're probably answered before other people join the stream like me. Yeah, basically the lore is that I mean, yeah, chair command, that's probably a good idea. Oshik wanted a chair cam on stream, so we added an image over in the corner. And then later, eventually, we turned the image into a 3D model once I upgraded the Twitch overlay and stuff, so yeah. It's always hard to explain because there's not really like a good reason for it. So, but there you go. Oops. Oh, I have to go the long way. Oh. Grab that one though. Dang it. good. Any tips on localization, Godot? I can dive into how we do that in Starground in just a minute, if you would like. Let me get square really quick, though. She reminds me of, like, Scary Maze, you know? There we go. God damn it. Ah! Oh my god. One suggestion or recommendation I would say on this is I kind of didn't know that this was water initially until I actually fell into it. Because if I'm being honest, it kind of doesn't look like water to me. I thought it was like, I don't know, aluminum foil or something. It was hard to tell. So I would probably... Oh, milk. Okay. That makes more sense. But yeah, I would... Let's go. We did it. Yeah, it's a fun little game. But yeah, it's good. Recommend it. Yeah, I think the only things I would probably say is like... Obviously, this is a game jam, so... The things that I'm saying here are not like... you know, I get it. That you can't add everything that you want to in the time frame you're given for a game jam. Yeah, I'd probably say add like an animation or something to the liquid so I actually know that it's liquid. Because I don't know, just as like when I first booted up, I was like confused on what I was supposed to avoid and what not to. So I didn't realize at first that that was like liquid. Oh man. And yeah, it would be cool to have some other kinds of obstacles other than just movement. Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm not saying like this is just general post-jam recommendations and stuff, but yeah, it's epic. It's a cool little game. What jam is it for? They probably said on the page. Let's see. Da cookie. The cookie jam? That's crazy, yeah. The cookie game jam. The cookie jam. Whoa. The theme will be square. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool though. It's looking good. Are these aren't cookie themed. Interesting. I could do something for the jam in 7 hours. I could. Confused about those as well? Yeah. Shape blasters. Yeah, this isn't really a cookie themed game. Interesting. I don't think they made that because they just said the theme is square. They should have specified more. I mean, obviously they say where the theme is sweet, creative, and crunchy fun, but they should have like said, well, must be interpreted with cookie and theme. I mean, it's listed in the rules. I don't know. These people just didn't get it. Yeah. The rocket one seems to be going to a cookie moon or planet. Okay. Space tax dodgers. Something, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, that's cool. Liking the game. It's epic. So we gotta figure out why this is doing this. Disconnects it there. Oh, is it because I had to disconnect both? No, that should be okay. I'm not really sure what's wrong. Try pull should be okay because it's just going to add it to itself. Yeah, so if result should be fine. Let's launch the game up again and see how these scenarios of the looping is being created. Sucks. Tired of nothing working, guys. I wonder if this one's gonna crash. Good. Do I have items? Yeah. Okay, so let's just see what happens here. So even that is crashing. Because what's happening is it pushes once, but then it starts a pull loop, it looks like. So we gotta figure out why, though. So it's gonna run try push. It does it successfully. Reconnects. And then it's gonna call try. Because it's gonna try and pull in another item. But I guess it's already connected to inventory changed. No, because it reconnects it there. So we do have to call try again. Then it's going to call try. It'll call try push, but since the item was deleted, it's not going to work. Because you see it just says push once and then it starts the polling chain. So now it's going to run into the polling stuff. It's going to go down here. It's going to say, if that's not equal to null, then return. Just stop. If it's conveyor, don't have to worry about that right now. If our in inventory is valid, we add our item. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working, because reconnect signal is false. We say if that is connected, then disconnect it. Set that to true. And calling it again, it should do nothing, right? I want to see when this starts the chain, if it's like initially or if it's only after it reconnects. Because then it should call it again, it should run those two functions, but it's going to say, hey, this one doesn't work and this one doesn't work, and it just stops. So I don't know. Let's try this again. Whoa. It's very odd. So it just immediately started saying polling, reconnect. Why? So if building inventory 0 is not equal to null, then we return. So that should just immediately stop right here. It'd say, oh, our inventory is not null. Go ahead and stop. Odd. So yeah, I think for the follow, I appreciate it. Let's try this again. That's so weird. It happened just placing the building down. Like, it didn't even do anything. I wonder why. Yeah, see, it says null. But somehow it's still printed out polling. And I think that's our issue right there. Okay, no, but it is null, so that's fine. Because it'll just run it once and say, hey, there's nothing in there, just stop. But as soon as I put one item in there... Okay, so that might be the issue here. Somehow the item is still set to null even after it runs this code. And I think that might be the issue. Somehow. I mean, we're disconnecting it. Inventory change.disconnect. I wonder where it's calling from. Let's go back up into our initial caching and double check all that. Let's just simplify a lot of this now. Well, I guess I need to keep it around just in case. So we don't have to worry about conveyors right now, because they're fine, I guess. So this is for our out object. It doesn't even have an out object yet, so it shouldn't matter. We can ignore that right now. Or actually, no, it does. But it doesn't, like, affect anything. It's just going to say connect, try, update filters. That's fine. Now our in object, it's not a conveyor, so we're running this code. It's not a conveyor tunnel splitter or mover. So we say obj in inventory. Dot connect to try. Unless it's just not properly disconnecting the signal with this. Specify callables connected to this signal. It should be fine. Because see, it's setting, it's printing out reconnect down here, so I know that it's disconnecting. It's very odd. Unless I'm like modifying my output inventory in here, but it doesn't look like I am. So that shouldn't matter. I don't know. How is it calling it again? It's very odd. Maybe what's happening is that it's just immediately pushing again. I mean, that shouldn't be the case, but maybe. But it doesn't, it's not printing pushing, so I know that that's not happening. Never mind. I don't know, this is a really confusing one. I just don't know how this is, like, continuing to loop. It shouldn't be possible. Unless there's tri-pole somehow is happening somewhere else. It just does it once on the initial... Okay, let's get rid of that one now. I should just run try. Same with that one, and it will be the same up here. That's literally the only place it happens. So There must be something still connected to try. That's the only possibility here, I think. I don't know how else it would be called. It's just very odd. So the first time it runs, it says null, so it's fine because yeah, our inventory is empty. So we're gonna pull, we're gonna run in here, blah blah blah, do all this stuff. I should be calling this right in here, which is gonna say duplicate that, set the amount, and then say result, add item. And then it'll call that, subtract the index amount, and then break. Should be okay. I don't know. And yeah, that might be calling the signal, but we disconnected up here. So it shouldn't be possible. Unless this is just not working or something. Like, let's just do that. I just want to see, because maybe it is connected, checking that function is it's not returning when I'm what it's supposed to or something. I don't think that's the case, but I don't know. I don't know anymore. It's pretty confusing. Maybe I should just print out the list of signals. Probably be a good idea. I just find it so weird. And also that initial crash, like when a chest is placed down and then you place another one, that doesn't make any sense. So I'm not sure where that happens either. I don't know, this is a really weird issue. I don't think it's this. Because it only does that if it actually has an item. So when the item is sent, should be okay. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with that. I don't think that makes any sense, but maybe? I don't know. Gotta love bugs like this. They're very difficult to figure out. The engine loves to not really help you. I mean, I know that it's just an infinite loop. I just don't know why it's infinitely looping. So it's not even that. It's not this function call calling try again. At least we can eliminate that. It's so weird. Is it like this in here where it's calling try without a valid output building or something? Do we just need to get rid of all those calls of try? And then do it? Right here? I don't know. It's quite puzzling. I'm gonna have to end stream soon, but I hope I can get this figured out. And now it does it on the output, because of course. Why? What am I doing in here that's causing that? I mean, I can get rid of the signal in here that does the input signal. Would that fix the issue? It would be stupid. I mean, but I need to have that signal, otherwise it's just not going to work. So I don't know what to do. Maybe it's just because I'm trying to connect up both of these to the same function. But I kind of need to, because I need to check if I can pull another item in at the end of the item being pushed. So, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Because if I do that... No, it still crashes, of course. And I think it's because this signal's connected up here. Let's try this. Of course, this will break our movers, but let's just see. I'm curious to see if this still crashes, because then there must be some kind of other signal or something connected. Doesn't make any sense. Okay. So it's not even a signal issue. Okay, and also this is saying attempting to disconnect a non-existent connection from... Yeah, because it doesn't exist. Is it because on try push, I think it's okay because we only do it if it actually succeeded, right? But we're not. I mean, maybe we need to do that. Maybe that's the issue, is that we're calling this even on cases where we are... I don't know anymore. It's quite the puzzle, guys. Let's put those signals back in. So maybe we only call try down here if we've actually succeeded. And said result right here. So maybe we just say var result up here as a bool, just false. Then down here we say result is that. Result is that. And down here, if result, then we call try. Let's see if that works. Because maybe what's happening is that it fails, so it just tries again and again and again and again, and it just gets stuck in an infinite loop. That actually kind of makes sense. That might be what's happening here. Hopefully. Let's see. Okay. We seem to be making progress. There's no more issues. Let's get this moving at full speed. So what happens when this runs out of items? Is it going to die? No, we're fine. Okay, so far we're off to a good start. It's going to be completely broken with conveyors, because now we've got to reconnect up all those signals up here. But let's work on that now. Okay, so that one should be fine. Grab check. And same up here. And I think this will be... Yeah, I think all the signals are actually okay. So let's try this with the conveyor belts. No idea what's going to happen here. Let's just do a simple test right now. Okay. I don't know. No issues. I put more items in. Everything seems to be working as intended. Nope. Everything has failed. That might just have to do with me grabbing and pushing items around and all that jazz, but... I think it is. So yeah, there might still need to be a fix we need to do when the player picks up an item from a mover. I think it kind of breaks everything. But it's not a big deal. We can just call... When we grab the item from it, we make sure we use the inventory signals or whatever, or call a function on it. Okay, let's go try loading up into a actual world. I hope that it actually works and doesn't break. So far, so good. There's a bunch of errors in here. I don't know why. I guess it's because if OBJ out. Non-existent connection. Not sure where that happens. Well, everything is broken. So this mover is not pushing items into the storage hub for some reason. It does work if I pick up some items, then it kind of initiates the process. But then sometimes randomly, it'll just stop. Even though this technically should be able to add an item in here, it's just not doing anything. And also same with this mover down here, sometimes the item gets like stuck. And just randomly, occasionally, this shoots out an item. I don't know why. Okay, it's because this mover pulled in some items, which starts like a chain of these other movers pushing items back in. But yeah, okay, this is a bug. So this mover, it has stone inside of it, but it's not trying to push the stone into the storage hub here. And I don't know why. Unless the storage hub or something is... No, it shouldn't be. And on try pull, it'll be emitting the signals. Huh. I'm not sure why it's not working. It sucks because we almost had a good working system, you know, earlier, just a minute ago in the stream. But I don't know. It was still kind of flawed. There was issues with that one as well, so. I do think this will be good once we figure out these little weird quirks. But yeah. It sucks because I want to get this experimental build up. I'm sorry for making you guys wait so long, but I gotta make sure that this stuff actually works, you know? Otherwise, what's the point? It's interesting how it exposes like a whole new world of optimizations in here. chest.gd. That's really interesting. I never would have thought that one would actually have any kind of impact. Well, I don't know why these movers are still a little bit quirky. It seems like it's only an issue once this inventory hits its like limit. So you can see it's fine, and then as soon as it fully fills up, that's when the issues start. I mean, it's going fine now, but it will fill up. We just gotta wait. Once an item comes along that it can't handle. I mean, like here, I can just simulate. If I put plastic in there, then it like... it stops, as it should, because it's trying to put iron in. But if I take the plastic back out, it's like it's not connected to the signal or something, or it doesn't try and push again, right? I think that's the issue. So it's definitely interesting. We can do some more, like, small-scale tests here to figure out why it doesn't seem to be connecting. Because if we have a chest, let's give ourselves plastic or whatever so we can load it up. So let's just make the mover push a bunch of stone in or whatever we want. So the stone will go in. Let's give ourselves some more stone. I was going to keep pushing the stone, but then if I put plastic in there, bam, it fails. If I take that plastic back out, though, nothing happens, which is definitely interesting. It's not supposed to happen that way. So I know can grab is true. The only time can grab is false is when we delete our item. So I know that that's not the issue. At least I think so. We could temporarily add back in the process event just for, like, you know, figuring out these issues. So let's print out can grab. Didn't seem to actually do anything. It's not printing. Odd. Maybe I have to break it and replace it. Yeah. So can grab is true, so I know that it can, like, push items in. It just doesn't for some reason. Is it that it's just not running try? Because on physics process on our out object, ray out right here, on inventory changed, dot connect try. So it should be calling try. Let's make sure. So if I take these items out. Okay, so it looks like it's some kind of signal issue because it's not printing out that it's being called by the signal. So my guess is it's either like maybe there's some weird connection stuff that happened in here where it didn't reconnect properly. And try push. It would make sense. I think it's this in here. Oh, actually it might be this. Then if result, delete item. And now try again. Let's see if that's what's causing this. So if we break this mover, place it back down. Yeah, I think that was the issue. So now it's putting in stone again properly. But if I replace it all with plastic, it's like, oh, I can't do it anymore. Until I take the plastic back out, and then it puts it in again. Okay, so I think that's been fixed. I think it was just an issue with, like, disconnecting the signal and then not properly reconnecting it because I had the code in the wrong spot. So let's see what this does now on this save again. See if this is all behaving as intended. No, it's still a little weird because these should be pushing items in here. I mean, they do eventually start doing things like once an item is pulled out, but it's odd. Because there's a space in there. And like these have items ready to be pushed in. I mean, now it makes sense because there's wood in there, and so nothing can go in until the wood is taken out. So we just wait for that. And that will clear it up. But it looks like there's just some weird thing that's happening where there's some, like, one frame where I can't push another item in or something. I'm not sure. Hey, Hypnotic, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? What's going on? Welcome in. What are we up to today on your stream? Okay, now it decides to push stuff in. But then those items go out, and then these ones just don't do anything until... It's really, really odd. It might just have to do something with, like, an inventory that has multiple movers. Maybe that's causing issues. It's really weird. Anyways, welcome in, everybody. We are currently troubleshooting mover issues. Still trying to figure out what's wrong with all this. Yeah, it should be okay. After 8 hours of working on boxes, we finally have 3 different delivery boxes using the one open animation. Awesome. Sick. Yeah, I think I rated in when you were working on the box stuff. That's cool. Yeah, we're just still working on the new changes to the movers and stuff. It's definitely getting closer, but it's been a nightmare. What I'm kind of working on now is changing these movers. So for anyone that doesn't know what Starground's all about or anything, it's an automation game. You can move items around with these things called movers. Basically, they pull items out of other buildings and push them into others like this. The way that we used to do it was we had the process event. So every single frame, every single mover would be checking continually, can I push or pull an item? Can I push or pull? You know, it's just really inefficient, right? It was bad for performance. So I'm trying to change the movers to be completely signal-based, which is way better, because then they only do anything like right at the moment when they actually need to. But so far it's been a little quirky. So Jay, thank you for the follow. It works kind of okay in a controlled situation like this, but I don't know. Dr. Fishborg, thank you for the follow. Research everything. So we can put down like a storage hub. This is the building that it seems to be not working with, right? If I put down this building, and put some movers going into it, it should work okay. We can also fill it with something that blocks the other items, like plastic. And then let's just throw some items in here. So some iron and wood or something. So it's not going to push any items in because it's filled with plastic, right? But as soon as I take an item out, then it should start pushing items in again. Yes, which it does. So it's pushing iron in. Maybe it's when another mover or something is pulling items out, and that's when it kind of fails. Because it seemed like the... Oh, we got a crash. Left operand of is. I thought you could do is on freed. I guess not. I guess you can check that on invalid ones, but... Okay, so we have to say this objn return. What is it? Is instance valid or whatever? Yeah. Use Python for Godot. This is not Python, it's actually GDScript, but it's pretty similar to Python. A lot of the functions and stuff are identical, so yeah. It's just the native, I'll pull all the plastic out. Okay, let's filter this to, blacklist plastic so it doesn't pull that out anymore. Yeah, almost basically identical to, because it is pulling both items in. Oh, it's because this is going into directly into the chest. Let's make this go into a conveyor belt first, and then into the chest, so that I can only pull one thing out at a time. If I like pull this out or something, I don't know, I'm just having a hard time recreating what's happening on that other save, you know? I'm just really not sure why it's being so quirky, so weird. So learning C++ for Godot, but I haven't really seen anybody using it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think you could use C++ if it's what you prefer. Honestly, it just comes down to what are you the most comfortable using and what do you want to use. I mean, I think all the different languages you can do with Godot are fine. Whether that's GDScript or C# or C++, there's nothing wrong with any of them, right? So, I think you could totally do C++. You know, there's never any right or wrong with stuff like that. So, maybe if we filter this one to wood. I mean, if you're only doing it for performance reasons, it's probably not worth it. I think, it's kind of a common misconception that, like, using languages like C++ and C# will make everything that much faster, because really the truth is the only times it will actually be faster is just sheer calculation, like dividing and adding numbers and stuff, like the basic operations. But at the end of the day, no matter what language you're using, if you're accessing the built-in Godot functions, you know, like say the move and slide function or whatever, or like, I don't know, what's a different one? I don't know, even just something like array.erase. You're going to be accessing the C++ Godot code regardless of what language you're using. So I don't think it really makes much of a difference performance-wise to use different languages than GDScript. But there's no right or wrong, you know? If you want to use C++, totally fine. If you want to use GDScript or C#, totally fine. It's just whatever works best for you, right? I think gatekeeping, like, languages and programming techniques and stuff is kind of always silly to me. People be like, oh, you're using GDScript, that's a stupid language, you shouldn't use that. You know, that's just stupid. Just use whatever you want. Yeah, see, thanks. Just using C++ since we're kind of used to it for basics. Yeah, then that's totally fine. I would say just keep using it then. If it helps you learn Godot faster and stuff, then I don't see any downside, really. Yeah, see, I can't recreate the issue that we're having. It's so odd. Yeah, it's not like a picking up items kind of thing. I have no idea why that bug is happening. It's just very strange. Is this still happening now? Awesome. I love when I press quit and it crashes the game. It doesn't tell me why. Yeah, I don't know why that happens. Ooh. I hate working on movers and conveyors. It's so complicated. I don't know. I want to get these working so I can never touch them ever again. I just don't know why. I can go load up the save again and we can look at it again. But it's just like the weirdest behavior. I don't know why it happens. All right, so here we are. This has an empty slot, this storage building, but these movers that have items primed in them and ready to try and push into this object just aren't. And I have no idea why. It doesn't seem to be happening over here and stuff, which is really odd. Because if I like take some items out of here, I'm just gonna start pushing the wood in. I think it's just something to do with this building, but I don't know why. Maybe it's because this mover is being outputted into a splitter. And maybe that's causing like some weird issues. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense, but maybe. So there's iron in there, and if I take wood out, it does seem like it kind of fixes the issue, which is really strange. Right, because it's pushing the items in again. It can't push the wood because it's full, but then as soon as an item frees up. So that might be what's happening here, is that it's just some weird bug where when a mover is being pointed directly into a splitter, it causes issues in its parent inventory. It's a very strange issue. I mean, I have no idea what's going on with that, but... might have to do with the fact that the splitter is pulling an item out of the mover. And maybe that's not calling... maybe that's not calling an inventory change function back in here for the other movers to update or something. I don't know. There's got to be a reason for it. Pixel art is immaculate. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've done all the art assets for the game, except like the update art. That's not an in-game asset. And seeing this, I mean, it seems to be stable like everywhere else. I don't know why this is the only scenario where it must have to do with the splitter of a mover going directly into a splitter. Thank you for the spin. Really weird that it does that. Kind of got no idea why, but at least maybe we kind of know what's causing it. And this is also really annoying how it keeps crashing the game when I click exit. I wish it would stop doing that. I need to figure out why that keeps happening. It seems like it's happening a lot now. It wasn't before, so maybe a change I made to how the new movers are with the signals that causes that. It's possible. Well, I gotta end stream here in just a minute, but let's, before we leave, load up the crazy save, this one. Because I just want to see, does this crash? Does it not? You know, I have no idea. Let's see what happens. Joining game. I might have an idea why that bug is happening with the mover. It might have to do with the fact that the splitter grabbing the item isn't calling try again. It could be. I don't know. Let's give it a minute to... printing a million things every frame definitely isn't helping our performance here, but... let's run the profiler really quick, just for a minute. Starting fish creation is really funny, yeah. It kind of is. I love when the profiler is broken. That's so cool. Why is the game getting really slow? I think all this printing here is causing performance issues. Let's stop it from printing for a minute. At least it didn't crash. I mean, that's good. And the movers are doing things. So thank you for the spin, Jay. I appreciate it. Okay, let's save that. Clear out the queue of print statements. Sometimes it takes a minute. Come on. Oh my god. Might have to reload into the game. Cool. I got to reload into the game. This is too much. Also, we can get rid of that. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now the profiler is still being a little quirky, but okay, we're getting there. This probably like made everything way slower, this new change, but let's see. I mean, mover.try, 1 millisecond. It's not that bad. Well, that one's 8. It's not showing me the real values. I hate when the profiler does this, like it does... Profiler is quirky. Like when you run the profiler on really low FPS, it tends to freak out and not show the real values of things. Yeah, it's frustrating. Okay, but there's a more accurate representation here. Seems to be pretty good for the mover performance. I don't know. Being a little quirky. I'll probably test this stuff off stream. Seems like this stuff is behaving. Those are stacking to 20. Again, don't know why it's up to 20. I think it should be 10, but I don't know. Maybe I did change that to be 20 and just forgot. Who knows? Those ones are looking good. I mean, all these movers are working. It's just so weird. I don't know why that save causes that weird specific issue. I really do think it's something specific to that for some reason. I don't know. Because it doesn't seem to happen anywhere else. It must just be that. Just a mover going into a splitter is causing the issue. It's got to be what it is. What pixel art maker did I use? So a lot of the sprites... I'll wait. I'll wait until the ads are over. Apologies. Ugh. Funny ads. I should have snoozed it. Oh well. Seems like our performance over here dropped. Like, I feel like we're at like 14 FPS, but I don't know. That could be anything, honestly. It could just be my GPU is pulling a little prank on me right now. I mean, mover.try, it feels like it's up, but I don't know if that's actually true. I don't know why this anonymous lambda function is so... It's probably because it's uninclusive. Okay, there we go. Mover.update seems to be not optimal. I could probably improve that one. There's definitely things in here that can be, yeah, like all these references and stuff, and these could be improved. Still here? Okay, well, as long as you're not getting ads. So I initially used paint.net for all of the different sprites in the game, but I wouldn't recommend using paint.net. I have now swapped over to using Krita for all my art stuff, and I do like Krita. I've gotten a lot more used to it as time has gone on. What's great about Krita is just it can do basically everything paint.net does, but it's just a more modern program, you know. The reason I'm not using A-Sprite is because I do like the ability to do like high-res stuff more easily. It's kind of hard to do that with A-Sprite. Like just doing more general purpose drawing, right? So, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing strictly pixel art stuff, I'd probably recommend that you use A-Sprite. over anything else. But again, it's like the whole language thing that we're just talking about with programming languages. It kind of just depends on whatever works best for you, right? So, yeah. So why is that stacking only to 20? I guess the mover just does that for these buildings because it has a filter. It's not really a big deal then. It must be that I manually set that to 20 then, right? I didn't. So input amount is 10. Well, I don't know why it does to 20. Should be doing to 10. I don't know anymore. I am getting cold. All right, well, I'm going to end off stream. We've been going for 4 hours and 30 minutes, so we're going to go right out. But thank you, gamers, for coming. I think movers are pretty stable now. I just got to go back through and tweak them a little bit, and hopefully it'll be fine. Also, I totally missed we were going to talk about localization. Zafencer, are you still here? Because I can go over that super quick if you are. Do apologize. Yeah, I feel bad. I was supposed to go over that, and I completely forgot because we kept having issues. Oh well. Hopefully we can go over that another time. We're gonna go raid out. We're gonna raid Mr. Goon and Watch. He is working on his horror game. It's looking pretty cool. He's working on subtitles right now, so we can check that out. Yeah, thank you, gamers, for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Feel free to grab Starground on Steam. Join the Discord if you want. And yeah, I'll next be live on Wednesday. I think that's going to be the beginning of our game jam with Adagon and stuff. So we're probably going to be streaming that on Wednesday, then also Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week. So be on the lookout for that. Yeah. Hopefully I get these movers stable and reliable. I'm working on it. We're almost there. So, Xyletics, thank you for the follow. But thank you, everybody, for coming. I appreciate it. And I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.